Sounds like we're good. My phone beeps, that's usually tells me.
Oh, really?
8:30, I call this meeting of the Riley County Commission to order. Please, everybody join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, good Monday morning, everybody. By the agenda, we got kind of a long one today, so let's just jump right in, and we'll start off with some public comments this morning. I'll look at Zoom as I typically do first. I don't see anybody up there, so we'll move on down here. Okay. Just for point of reference, please state your name. You can DMAS while you're up there too if you need to, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Well, good morning, commissioners. My name is Mel Borst, and it's a pleasure to meet you. My wife Jan and I are the stewards of 1918 Humboldt Street. That's a 1916 built historic home that was threatened with demolition for the Hilltop lot about 27 years ago. We very much appreciate Chairman Ford's response to our email to you regarding the first Christian church building, and agree there's a need for an actual strategy and direction moving forward for this property. Fortunately, that strategy and direction has already been established by your commission predecessors with the development of the Courthouse Plaza and the retention and rehabilitation of 3 out of the 4 historic buildings that surround it. It is clear former commissioners valued our architectural heritage and had the leadership to restore, purchase, gut, and adapt the buildings to achieve that goal. Even the historic wood frame structures originally constructed in the plaza parking area survive and are accessible to the public after their nearby relocation. Now, the fate of the 4th and final historic building of the Courthouse Plaza Group is in your hands. And we understand that some of you feel the need to make an immediate decision to demolish. Why now depart from the course your predecessors established to complete the plaza? Why now, when it should not be much of a burden to mothball an unoccupied building that is a great candidate to gut and adapt as the annex building was? Why now, without sufficient information to fulfill your responsibility for due diligence? Without due diligence, why destroy a historic public building and deny current and future generations a part of our shared cultural heritage? We strongly support you postponing an immediate decision to demolish and adopt a strategy to learn more about what is possible to customize the building for county use. To that end, we propose you work with the Manhattan-Riley County Preservation Alliance to host a building tour for the purpose of scheduling a future meeting when both you and the public can learn more about the building's potential for county use. Invitations to both the tour and a subsequent public meeting should be sent to representatives of the Kansas Historic Preservation Office, a professional preservation planning firm experienced in redevelopment, Brent Bowman and Associates, Department of County Works, Manhattan Historic Resources Board, Manhattan Riley County Board, Planning Board, and any other potential resources for information and potential use, such as structural engineers, as well as masons experienced in redeveloping historic buildings, as well as the Riley County District Court. Jan and I can provide home-baked cookies, coffee, milk, and ice water. The preservation and use of historic Riley County public buildings has proven to be a wise long-term investment of tax funds. The cultural heritage preserved is irreplaceable, and the adoption for current and future needs can be spectacular if done right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Abigail Telsky, and I would like to express my concerns about the proposed plans to demolish the former First Christian Church and to plant grass on that lot until such time that a decision is made about what to do with the lot. I previously discussed preservation options that could help with the renovation project of the former First Christian Church building. So I'm just going to provide you with a quick reminder of what those options were. The historic building is potentially eligible for listing on the state or national historic registers, which would make it eligible for financial benefits such as rehabilitation tax credits and other grant funding opportunities that are available to historically registered properties. The building sits immediately outside the nationally registered downtown Manhattan Historic District and could be potentially added to the historic district, which would also make it eligible for those same financial benefits. It's important to note that these benefits the building would be eligible for are not a one-time thing. If the building were historically registered, it would be eligible for these benefits for future projects, and that could help with its continued care and maintenance. A significant sense of our area's uniqueness is conveyed visually through its historic buildings. We should treasure the sense of place provided by our built environment, and we should recognize the vital connection between historic preservation and economic development. This connection is particularly strong in one of our county's most economically vibrant locations, the downtown Manhattan Historic District. The previous commission purchased the former church sight unseen, indicating, without public input, that they had already decided the building would be demolished. Today, it seems the commission is headed toward making a similar decision without fully investigating what's the right course of action. I would like to urge commissioners to consult experts such as structural engineers, architects, and preservation professionals, and to not assume that demolishing all or part of the building is the right course. I would also like to urge commissioners to not act in haste, especially when there are no specific plans right now for the lot. A rush to demolish removes options of extensively renovating the interior to meet the county's needs, renovating by adding also a new addition, or other possible combinations. And the county could take advantage of the building's limestone exterior that already harmonizes with the courthouse, the Carnegie Library, and other historic downtown buildings. Demolition will always be out there as an option, but deciding to demolish too quickly limits courses of action going forward. I would like to encourage commissioners to be thoughtful, thorough, and to engage in all due diligence before making any final decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close off the public comment section and we'll move on to commission comments. And I'll start with Commissioner McKinley.
Okay, to me, with my county time, last weekend was spent looking over material on the church building and on the budgets that are coming up. Funny to look at there. Of course, the priority this weekend was checking in with Mom for Mother's Day. So, other than that, it was a good weekend.
Commissioner Foki.
Okay, well, Friday I caught up on personal business and work on upcoming meetings for the coming week, which included all sorts of issues that we discussed on Thursday. Weekend, I did a lot of personal therapy and did like yard work and landscape projects. Checked my storm shelter because there was a warning coming in to make sure it was ready for possibly going into for the weekend, but fortunately that didn't happen. I answered many phone calls and emails concerning the former church building. Consensus of opinion was for further study, especially for restoration of the existing building to meet some of our space needs. Also highly recommended in the conversation was the need for a dedicated public meeting addressing concerns and getting some really studies that would concern today's needs. Her letter, there was a good letter to the editor in yesterday's Mercury, and very much to the point. And I look forward to looking at all the options that are available to the building. So that's it.
Okay, well, I'll probably just start off by saying I'm a horrible son. I had to text Mom last night because I forgot all about it. Everything I was working on. So I didn't want to call too late. So I may have to call and ask for amends today. I know.
Gotta send a bigger arrangement.
Yeah, something, yeah. Knowing everything that's going on, she's used to it. That's mom's for you, right? So Thursday afternoon for me, I zoomed in on the May meeting of the Riley County Mental Health Task Force. Got an update on the Stepping Up initiative that Riley County passed sometime 2017-ish, but it kind of got pushed to the side. Audra Goldsmith, Senior Policy Analyst for the Council of State Governments Justice Center, spoke about that. So that may get an update at some point in time coming our way on that. And if it's as good as the one she gave, it's pretty good. So Bruce Johnson gave an update on the Community Mental Health Crisis Stabilization Center. Bryn Haberkamp, RCPD, County Mental Health Co-Responder, gave an update as well. And Maggie Rosette from Ascension Via Christie, she gave an update on what's going on with the hospital insurance. We'll meet again on July 8th, maybe in person. May have to find a little larger spot than we normally meet at in person to accomplish that. So we'll see once we get to that date. Also on Thursday afternoon, I zoomed in on the latest presentation by the Council of Foreign Affairs. It was a response and discussion to China's new Belt and Road Initiative. It's something I had actually heard of. Charles Bosslain Jr., partner at the Capitol Council and former state representative from the state of Louisiana, spoke. Jennifer Hillman, senior fellow for trade and international policy and economy at CFR, also spoke. And David Rosen, partner at the Rhodium Group, discussed on the findings of the latest CFR independent task force that was sponsored by CFR and the implications for the United States economically, security-wise, climate change, and global health interests in that. It was a fascinating presentation, but also a very scary presentation. And all things considered, I think I'll just leave it at that. Also been getting a lot of emails and concerns about the transition, and more importantly, the cost of making the transition to the Riley County Water District #1. Trying to work through some kind of channels to see what options or resources may be available to assist. We don't have any authority or control over it as a county. So I'm kind of jumping up and going through some channels at the state to see if there's some kind of offset or some resources that would be available to make that a workable entity. Because for some, come June, they may be without water, just simply because they won't be able to afford to make that connection. I don't know exactly what to do there, other than trying to work through some of the channels and see if there's some resources at play that may help in that equation. So probably more to come on that one as time goes along, but I think it's June 1st is the deadline on that. And so on a tight time frame for some. So other than that, that's everything else was pretty quiet for the most part over the weekend. And that's basically all I've got at this time. So we'll move on to some morning business then.
First item I have is 2021 asphalt overlay program bid recommendation.
It does require a motion.
Yes, I thought Gary would say that, but that looked like, looks like it's review stuff. It's good.
Yep.
I would move to approve alternate 3 from Schilling Construction in the amount of $1,440,925.70.
I would second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on the asphalt overlay bid program. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next item we have is Rose Hill Road Bridge Replacement Project.
Questions?
Pretty straightforward, at least from my perspective anyway.
We'll need a motion.
Using our own folks for inspection.
Yes, sir.
I move to approve, excuse me, approve the proposal for construction engineering services on Rose Hill Bridge Replacement Project.
I would second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on the Rose Hill Bridge project. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All 3, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Carrie.
Thank you.
Next, Commissioners, I have a Riley County Personnel Action Form for Kimberly Albers, a new hire, Record Assistant 1 in the Register of Deeds Office. All three, please. Good catch.
Not enough paper.
Yes, everybody ready to go for the minutes?
Yep.
Okay, we'll start off with page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Finally, page 11.
Well, first, I'd like to thank Cindy for doing really good minutes in your absence. And then I would like to make a motion that we approve the minutes presented for May 6, 2021.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on the approval of the minutes from the May 6, 2021 meeting. All those in favor? Aye.
How do the tentative agendas look, Commissioners?
I don't know. I wouldn't say so tentative. But we're getting through it. That's the key. We're getting through it.
Yep. Any items for next week's press conference?
I don't have anything at this time.
I don't either.
Okay, up next at 9.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Denise.
Oh, I. That's such a good one.
There it is.
Oh, no. We can.
Yeah, no, when it hits 3 pages, you go, holy
I've
cow.
never seen this one,
Yeah,
so, well, at least they're a little break for lunch.
yeah.
See turkeys or something in that truck, shite in turkeys on the road. Either way, everything they're calling. So, first, traffic. Then give them too much credit. There's houses right along there too, Rashad. 2 houses right in there. That's when it's out there, contest coffee.
I had some the other day too. Oh, you weren't here.
Never mind.
Man, you just need to, I don't know, I felt kind of cold this morning.
It is chilly in here.
Personality,
I heard them banging on the boiler back there.
I wondered what, trying to get something working back there. It sounded like beating on the pipes. That's
Yeah,
when all else fails, hit it.
in the restroom, I went, oh.
There it is, apparently.
Gotta be some heat somewhere. I have to turn my heat up.
It's my hands that are cold for
I
some
know,
reason.
hands and nose. I suppose the fans don't help too much. I was telling Richie it was cold in here. I said, well, I'm gonna have to get the blanket.
Yeah.
He likes cold. I think because I was
I like it
born in the
cooler,
middle of
but-
July, I just like.
That's all right, but I like it cooler too, but a little colder.
Well,
Fan didn't help that.
no, it's the, it looks like the weather forecast is it's going to be cool all week. What's rain? More rain.
I'll take the rain. Be nice if it was a little warmer, maybe.
I don't know, all I'm doing is digging now. I'm like, I've got a garden, but I don't want to put it all out yet. Got some seedlings, but
All this shade.
they don't want to go out yet either. So.
That's what's that fork in the road, you where that, out there outside of Iowa, she's got has a lot of plants, and she has, I mean, it's vegetables there, but she had a lot of plants and stuff. And the storm came out, because it's uncovered, just sitting out there. She put out a call on Facebook. I need to load these, because she was putting them in, they had a storage building back on the farm somewhere, and also a semi-trailer. She's put a note on Facebook, anyone can help me. Within a half hour, there were 20 adults and almost 10 kids there.
Really?
We were loading up, getting assembly lines, loading everything up on it, getting it all up, out of the way so that, because she was afraid all the storms would wipe her out.
Yeah. Yeah,
Somebody said they saw ping pong sized hail or something over in Gary County. There were 2 waves of that storm. They had a big wedge tornado down in Saline and Dickinson County, but it stayed out in the rural parts.
Country, yeah.
Well, it made a lot of noise, but my gauge only showed a half inch of that.
Yeah, I didn't.
For all the noise.
I think it came in basically one big spurt, and that was it.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't sleep hardly all night thinking, oh, am I gonna have to grab my cat and my dog and go into the shelter and.
See, I was thinking the opposite. I was like, do I need to load up the gear and go find it? But I've learned not to do that at night. It's dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jason and I.
2008 taught me that lesson, a very important lesson.
That's what you can tell your kid from Kansas. When the sirens go off, you go outside to see what's going on.
Yeah.
That time of night, I'm like, unless it's actually on the ground and it's big, I'm not going to worry about it.
Yeah. That's what storm trackers are for.
Yeah.
That's what.
Yeah.
When I was working over at Fort Discern, most of the people there moved here from other places. When that, 06 or something, that tornado came through and went through.
08.
Was that 08?
Yeah.
They started coming through, and everybody, because our offices were trailers. They said, oh, there's thing, sirens going off. I pulled it up on my computer, the weather thing, to see what was going on. People were scattered, and somebody came running through there. What are you doing? Get out of here. Yelled at me because I went out there because they had a couple of locations close to that had basements. We were there, and we were all standing out there, The people from the East Coast were all down in the basement. The natives were all out there. Watching to see what was going on.
Me, I drove as far as the conservation building over there on Miller Parkway. And that's as far as I got. And the wind that night was trying to push vehicles, including mine. And I thought, nope, this is not the spot to be. So I came back down Fort Riley Boulevard, cut across at the high school there, came down 17th Street and saw it going through campus, knocking out power poles. The irony is the only real damage that did was to the soil erosion building of all ironies.
But yeah, we were out there, and then pretty soon saw the nasty stuff start coming through. We went down there, like I say, it didn't go over
Not
there.
too many times you see the
came out
whole
of
west
the
side of
airport.
Manhattan without lights.
Yeah.
That was one of them.
That was one of them, yeah.
Yeah, that and the ice storm the year before.
Yeah, those 2 years were really tough. Oops. Nope.
You're on.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
You see in the right-hand corner in the blue there, we're at 33.33% point in time of the year. That's just what we use as kind of our barometer to see comparatively, financially, where departments approximately ought to be. It's not, of course, an apples to apples comparison. But you can see, everyone's, doing real well. Of course, we always have the higher percentage of overtime, which in past overtime has been a concern of previous boards for EMS ambulance, but remember that is budgeted overtime due to their 24/7 hour work shifts, 365 days a year.
Does look a little bit higher than usual, though.
It always depends on what events they have going on and what staff have to cover for others. Of course, it's a higher percentage when you don't have temporaries available, and someone that's full-time that's higher paid has to take on that overtime, and so those can all be contributing factors based on staff availability. Of course, the 1% is higher also is general services separation pay. Remember that's for individuals that leave or retire from the county, and we've expected that to be higher the last couple of years. Of course, always public works, noxious weed, solid waste payroll, solid waste are always a little atypically higher than the typical departments, but they do have more budgeted overtime within those respective budgets as well. Overall on overtime, we're at 7.01%, which overall is good. Commissioners have any questions on this first page? Next page is just a little bit more detailed breakdown of each respective department based on regular salary, seasonal, temporary, and overtime. For the commissioners to go through and review, and if you have any questions in further detail, we'd be glad to get that information for you. Any questions on these pages? Next spreadsheets are the 2021 year-to-date budget activity report. Once again, we're using that 33.33% point in time of the year. Any that are over that are highlighted in blue, just as an indicator, just a kind of a red flag for us to keep an eye on to be sure everything's going according to the plan and how it should be. And of course, juvenile detention, that's cyclical based on when those payments are, same as budget appropriations, insurance when it's due, and the general fund transfer is done at the beginning of the year. But commissioners have to remember anything on this first page in each individual department budget is not a budget violation because it is the general fund that is budgeted totality. So everything on this first page, the entire page would have to be in excess of the overall budget. So none of those would ever be considered a budget violation. And those should balance out by the end of the year. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, on the insurance, is that liability, or is that a whole lump sum?
That's building liability, all of our equipment, all of that. Doesn't have anything to do with health insurance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just the buildings.
Yep.
All right.
The health insurance is in the respective departments. Yep, building liability and all of that. Correct. I'd like to point out 2 lines below that bolded blue section, county general. It's at 13.08%. That's atypically low compared to others, of course, because remember we have that $3,050,000 in budget stabilization in there that we hope we don't ever have to use because it's reserved for emergencies such as what we were just talking about: ice storms, tornadoes, floods, pandemics, unfortunately.
Fires.
So, excuse me?
Fire.
Yep. Next page, those highlighted in blue once again, registered deed set fund, economic development. Remember, there are several budget appropriations paid out of that. It should balance out by the end of the year. RCP operations would be the same because they do have appropriation paid out of that at the beginning of the year and will again in July. Those should balance out by the end of the year. If any of these funds look like they were going to go over at the end of the year, they would be a budget violation, but of course Tammy keeps a close eye on those and we do budget amendments to avoid that situation. Any questions on any of those, commissioners? The next page, all of these are enterprise funds. An enterprise fund is a fund where all the individuals that either live or own properties in these districts pay the taxes. There is no ad valorem taxes. There could be taxes or fees just for those specific projects. So it is not ad valorem taxes. They're self-sustaining. And all of them are doing good at this point in time. Any questions on this last page? This next page is a little bit more detailed breakdown of the 2021 county general department. Personnel, which I talked about before, is the separation of service pay. And also the miscellaneous, the budget stabilization, that $3,050,000 I was referring to earlier to the commissioners on why it's typically a lower percentage of funds spent out of this department. Any questions on that page, commissioners? Next pages are just a comparison of 2020 to 2021 expenses for the month of April, and then also year-to-date through April. It's a spreadsheet the commissioner asked to be developed years ago, just for a little snapshot comparison. Of course, you know, it's not always an apples to apples comparison, but it is a snapshot to see comparatively where departments were as compared to the previous year. Any questions on any of these pages? Next, RCP expenses paid by Riley County 2021 year-to-date expenditures. We're always like to point out to commissioners and the public is all of these expenditures here, excluding the budget appropriation, are all paid 100% by Riley County, the public entity. No other public entity is responsible by state law statute for these expenditures relating to inmate medical and facilities. I like this next spreadsheet a little better as a snapshot comparison to previous years. As unfortunately I've been dealt with commissioner the last 2 years, physician fees is up higher than we would like. We've had a couple inmates that have had some ongoing medical issues, higher maintenance issues. While we budget certain amounts in those line items, the statute states no matter what the medical issues are, we're responsible for them. So we'll keep an eye on that, but regardless, no matter what the expenditure issue is that any inmate has, Riley County as a public entity solely is responsible for those expenditures. So that $71,000 is something to keep an eye on, because it is atypically high for this early in the year. Something else that can get high at times in the past, it hasn't in recent years, is building maintenance. So building maintenance is doing okay right now. Any questions on that page, commissioners? Next page is a breakdown of our offsite inmate medical expenses paid by our third party company that we use for that service, Advanced Correctional Healthcare. As you can see, we have a full balance of $31,000 that we started out with. Currently, we're at $22,159, so doing okay so far. But I imagine we'll probably get close to using all that by the end of the year. And you can see average daily population's at 80 right now for the jail facility. Any questions on that, commissioners? Okay, next you have Amanda at 9:15. You commissioners take time to go through that, and have any questions later, just let me know. Get you any information you'd like. Thank you. Come on, Sam. Come on, Amanda.
Question on one of them. On this one, is this mostly salaries? So that there's some. Just everything seemed to be running under right now, which is not a complaint, but just it's one of those things. Like the attorney and clerk are both, just looking at the bottom line, it's quite a bit under.
That's because they've had people leave. So we've had to rehire, so there's been
We've got some of the older.
yeah. And when they've hired at a lower step than what was originally budgeted.
And the big difference that you'll see at the end of the year from this year from last year is last year we had 27 pay periods. This year we go back to 26.
Yeah.
So that impacts it as well.
At the end, yeah.
Yep.
But
And even throughout the year, it'll impact it.
no, just because we had it.
Because there's more pay periods. Yeah, spread out more.
Yeah, that's good.
Especially in.
You don't want to complain, but it's too cheap.
Especially like
wonders why.
Clerk's office, treasurers and ours, and you gotta remember, 95% of us is personnel. So most of our expenditures is personnel, except for elections and public works and things like that.
Yeah.
I know particularly in the attorney's department, they've hired some new staff, got that gap of time in there, and they've hired them at a lower step, so it's a lower percentage of salary coming in that was originally budgeted for.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Which has pros and cons, so. Morning, Bob.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Feel a little claustrophobic.
Well, you can spread out. Sam doesn't bite, I don't think. It's gonna be hard to through that mask anyway. Yeah, right?
This brings back some bad memories of when I was a kid and I couldn't get along with the teacher.
Set you back in the corner.
I can't see that at all.
Thing I noticed when I sit back there, it's the wind, the wind blows through that window.
Oh, yeah, all of them.
You can, if on cold days when you're sitting there, there's a cold breeze going down your neck. It's,
Imagine me with a north side window in the
Yeah, you
office.
got
There's some nights, in February, March, where it gets real windy. I come in here and you can hear and feel it both. The wind coming through windows.
You were here when we had the rain coming
Yep.
through because of the wind and rain hitting that.
oh, yeah.
That was about a year ago.
I remember that too.
Yeah, yeah. He was sitting right over there next to it. That's why. That was
So I
one of
would
those-
just say, remember before we make improvements to another gold building, let's get this. Get this one fixed, if you're gonna keep it, which you have to if you keep the church, you're gonna have to dig all the way around it too, seal the foundation and basement.
Mhm. Speaking of, what's the situation with the courthouse over there and those improvements?
Excuse me?
The improvements at the courthouse?
Uh-huh.
Is there a timeline on that?
They started last week again, but
Oh,
the guys right
I
there,
just haven't.
yeah, they were in and out last week, yeah.
Okay.
There's just, it's those, it's not very starting.
Oh, okay. I guess I hadn't gotten that far on that one yet.
Well, Tim?
Oh, yeah. That is good. Oh. Okay, Amanda.
Good morning, commissioners. Any director. I'm actually just gonna give a really quick intro and then turn it over to Sam Johnson, our consulting engineer for the Keats Sewer District project. We just wanted to give you folks an update as to what we've been researching and up to and looking into these last several months since our last update with you folks, which I believe might have been in the fall. It's been a little bit, so we definitely have some new information, again, the same options that we've been talking about and looking into, but a little bit more information to go with those. And again, at the end, we will ask for your direction on options. And then pending, the discussion, we definitely can present, provide more information depending on the option that you're looking into. So for the moment, I'm going to turn it over to Sam and we'll go from there.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
How are you today?
Good.
Sam Johnson, BG Consultants, working with county staff on the Keats sanitary sewer system improvements, or understanding what the long-term solution is out there for the Keats community. In the commission agenda report, I've summarized the basically the conditions surrounding what we need to look at in order to provide a long-term solution with Keats. Currently 67 houses comprise the sewer benefit district. Of those 67, approximately 79% of those houses, 53 of the 67 houses don't comply with current sanitary sewer code out there, which is minimum lot size, 1.4 acres for an on-site septic system. Since 2017, we've been in communication with the Keats Sewer Benefit District residents, identifying options and discussing long-term solutions. Instructing them that they do have non-conforming sanitary sewer, on-site sanitary sewer septic and lateral fields. We talked about potential improvements, including option 1, collect and pump the sanitary sewer to the city of Manhattan. Between county staff and city of Manhattan staff, we've also had discussions on what an interlocal agreement would look like, cost estimates on user fees and such. Second option would be to collect sanitary sewer again, pump it, but go to a local wastewater treatment facility, which more than likely would be a non-discharging lagoon facility or lagoon system. They're generally lower in maintenance, and with non-discharging, you wouldn't have to worry about effluent discharge parameters and monitoring those and upgrading the facility to meet continuing KDHE regulations. The third option we'll insert here today is actually doing nothing and letting the systems operate and eventually fail, and having to deal with that, the management of failed systems in the future, and working with residents on a case-by-case basis on what to do as far as reducing the amount of bedrooms or the amount of people in each house. And there's a number of things to discuss there. User rate impacts for each option 1 or 2 is going to be north of $100. It's going to be about $110, give or take a few, for option 1 or option 2. And that includes a monthly operation and maintenance fee in addition to a annual property assessment fee. So rolling those two together, it would be an equivalent monthly user rate of about $110. Looking back at town hall meetings that BG Consultants and county staff participated in, we have kept that same user rate projection since the beginning of the project. So this isn't necessarily a surprise, but it is expensive. And a lot of the residents out there would, this would be a great impact to them. This wouldn't go over very well, especially during these times where everyone's faced with financial hardships. This $110 a month estimated user fee does include low interest loans from USDA Rural Development and grants from USDA Rural Development, in addition to grants from the Community Development Block Program administered through the Kansas Department of Commerce, and KDHE loan forgiveness. So they would, in order to do this project, you would have to apply for a state revolving fund, a state revolving loan through KDHE. And at the end of the project, KDHE would be able to provide loan forgiveness. So your long-term financing would be less than originally the original project amount. The USDA grant is not guaranteed. The CDBG grant, or the Community Development Block Grant, is not guaranteed. The loan forgiveness is not guaranteed. These are best case projections for the $110 a month. Option one, pumping to the city of Manhattan, would require an interlocal agreement with the city of Manhattan. Each residence would be subject to incremental rate increases as they track with city of Manhattan rate increases. Currently, out-of-town connections are billed at 1.5 times the in-town rate. On the second page of the commission agenda report, an average 3,000 gallon a month user, which is pretty close to what Keats is using right now, considering some of them are on private wells. Their average bill would be about $42.50. That doesn't include the initial connection fee as well. That's figured into the overall, the larger project. We have gotten some projections from the city of Manhattan, and they were higher, but they included some additional costs, including that connection fee. There would still be county operation and maintenance with the collection system and the lift station. Option two would require purchasing or acquiring property about 10 acres. That 10 acres would house the facility and include the necessary setback requirements for a non-discharging wastewater lagoon. No discussions with landowners have taken place. Discussions with county staff and BG thought it was best to come to the commission first, identify these options, talk with you about it, and seek direction on which way you want us to go. It is over that area of the county is over sensitive groundwater. And so we would need to maintain a 10-foot separation from the bottom of the lagoon to the top of seasonally high groundwater. And so that limits where we can it's not just the horizontal setbacks, but it would be the vertical setback to the groundwater as well. We don't know that until we do on-site soil tests, soil exploration. And so there's kind of a cart before the horse. You would have to, not cart before the horse, but there's multiple things that need to happen at the same time in order to find out if a property was viable. You would lose the city of Manhattan monthly user rates, but there would be additional costs associated with Riley County staff to operate and maintain. You would need a certified operator, similar to the other wastewater facilities the county operates. Option three would be not to make any on-site modifications and let the community continue to operate as it is and work with landowners as systems eventually fit. And it's not an if, it's a when. So it's when do we want to assess this problem. Interest rates are low. There are grants available. The reason why we're coming to you now is in order to find out if we would qualify for grants, we need to do some additional preliminary work, including do an income survey, an up-to-date income survey. And then we would actually need to write the grant and submit it to the Department of Commerce to find out if we qualify. And then we need to engage KDHE. We need to get on their intended use plan or IUP. and move forward with submitting an application and have them comment on the viability or the ability for KDHE to provide loan forgiveness. Moving forward with option 1 or 2, we're looking at $5,000 to $10,000 in writing a grant. And we're looking at around $5,000 to perform an income survey. Before we do that, county staff thinks it's a good idea. I agree that we need to engage the residents of Keats again and say, hey, this is where we're at right now. And we're doing everything we possibly can to keep rates down. These are the options that we have in place. And to have a public meeting. So that's just taking time. As far as BG consultants, we have a flat preliminary engineering fee for the report that we've pretty well finalized. Depending on how the commission goes, we would need to update that. The next milestone schedule that we need to meet is in July, and that would be attending a kayak meeting, a Kansas Interagency Committee meeting. And that comprises Department of Commerce, Kansas Department of Health and Environment, USDA Rural Development, and such. We'll all sit around the table, talk about the project, and see if they have any initial feedback from the preliminary engineering report, and go from there. But we need to submit that end of June, beginning of July, in order to make it July. There's 2 meetings in July, and I think they're still doing it over Zoom. But we would need to make those meetings in order to qualify for that program, the CDBG program in particular. So we don't want to wait too much longer. And if we want to take advantage of this year's program funding, we can always push it to next year if you'd like, but then we have to then in fact it's more expensive for everybody to just push it down the road. It's a lot of information. Questions?
Yeah, can you tell me if, in that area, if one of these systems fails, what would the individual cost per approximately be to replace it, or they couldn't replace it because of the lot size, or explain that?
Talking with Harry Piper, Center, Riley County. Every situation is different. There's a lot of parameters that go into each on-site treatment facility. Average cost to replace, I don't have that in my back pocket right now. I would venture a guess $15,000 to $20,000, somewhere around there. Depending on the site, do we need to replace the septic tank, or is it still viable? How long are the laterals? Is there any vegetation, or is there any landscaping that needs to be replaced?
And are they grandfathered in as far as lot size to replace those?
I don't know if I think grandfathered might be the right term. They're in operation. They're not currently conforming with Riley County code, and Riley County is allowing them to continue to operate unless there's a major health and safety issue, and then that's when I think county staff would step in and say this.
I think KDHE would step in at that point in time, so it's a whole different ballgame.
Right. And so there's no reason why some of these systems won't start failing in the future. They have a 18-year life, and some of them are on borrowed time. Is that fair to say? I'm kind of looking over at Kenny to make sure I'm in the right ballpark. But this is a difficult decision, and we've kept on bumping up against this end user rate, and there's just no getting around. We try to find the most favorable funding options, and there's a significant amount of grants involved with this project, and it's still expensive. And that does give the funding agencies pause in that there's a lot of grant pushed into this project for a few users. And so that's something to be discussed even after we get through these preliminary phases to actually engage the different agencies and say this is where we're at.
on the lagoon option, the other thing, most of that area around there is in the floodway already. I mean, I don't know where we have to go ways to find a spot high enough. And I'm sure that's one thing to look into. There's, you know,
Well, the other part too is it's almost right backed up to Fort Riley.
yeah, yeah,
So
one
there's
side,
even
yeah, one
less
side's
property to be
limited,
able to find.
and the other side's, 30 feet high, but then you're trying to buy some pretty valuable farmland.
There are no shortages of challenges on this.
And you'll end up setting it up next to the road.
Yes, and that's not desirable from,
Yeah.
coming into Manhattan. It's not desirable.
And I was wondering what residents respond, but that's kind of what your next step would be, is to go back to that, have another meeting out there with the public meeting to see what they.
Well, I will tell you, in my discussions on this subject, options 1 and 2 are still incredibly expensive for everybody out there.
Yeah.
I don't know if grant funding, loans, whatever, reduces that. We just discussed prior that really option 3 isn't an option. It just really isn't an option at this point in time. It's going to get to the point where some of those, and not all of those 53 houses are family residents either. There's a large portion of them that are investment properties as well, which adds another layer of complications to this. So if something fails there, you may have a situation where you already have 4 non-related people living in there, and I don't know how that changes code or whatnot, but that makes it even more difficult. So really, 1 or 2 at this point in time is the only 2 options that we have. We need to do our due diligence and work very, very hard to find some resources to offset all these type of utilities. Water, we were just talking about Raleigh County Water District. Everything is becoming so expensive that average normal person just can't afford to keep up with it. It's not just a problem here, it's just a problem in general. But we got to figure out to try to come up with the best possible solution that incorporates cost but usability. So, and I had a 1 versus 2. I'm not for sure which one those are at this point in time, to be honest with you.
But, and also not for the district, does it include this house? There's some little bit of housing north of Anderson. Are those included in this too? Okay. That kind of thing. And I know at one point, I remember in the discussion before, there was some empty lot. There's some that are vacant lots there that are they assessed? I know that was a question they had. That is that 67 properties include vacant lots? Do the vacant lots get assessed, or how does that work?
Right now, the user rate projections just include the 67 connections.
Does it actually
There are additional vacant lots that are buildable, and we're still working through that process. And correct me if I'm wrong, but we're still working on how those properties would be assessed. But the user rate projections is at that 6. It's actually at our connections right now.
Okay. And and again, the 110 is after all those possible, every possible grant that you can find right now.
Yes.
So it comes to that. And then for the construction, does that include, I know it's the mains and everything, does that include the connections up to the houses? I mean,
Yeah.
running up to wherever their septic is now.
That includes going through the septic system and decommissioning in place.
Okay.
And going all the way to the sewer.
But like I said, there is some kind of connection fee on Manhattan. That's just
Right.
So,
And that's figured in the cost as well.
okay.
And we've had discussions with City Manhattan, had updated cost projections there. And again, that's a preliminary interlocal agreement. We're just looking at the big picture right now. We have to go through that process at an appropriate time. One final thing that we spoke of with myself and staff, we think it would be a very good idea if the commission would be in attendance at that town hall meeting when we do have discussions with residents. So that we've done that in the past, and we've had some good turnout right there in Keats at the church there. And we would request the commission attend that meeting as well. If you decide to move towards option 1 or 2.
No, I think I was at the meeting last year when a lot of residents were here. The $110 a month, is that like for 20 years, 30 years, or forever? What was it?
40 years.
40 years.
That's a 40-year USDA rural development law.
Okay.
And
That's the 67 portion of it.
is, and that's at 1.75% interest.
Go ahead, Rich.
And Sam, here, because I'm on a septic federal system and I know what the cost of it put one in, but this system, when inputted, its life cycle is,
75 years.
that's the thing that's difficult. They pay the cost up front, but it's a much cheaper option than I have where I live, and I understand, but yeah, and compared to an 18-year life, they got a 75-year life, and it's difficult, but we haven't, because Leon and Monty and Sam and I all met on this for how many years now, and we've sliced this thing every way we could to get it as cheap as possible. And the frank reality is, and Bob can address it, I mean, some of these systems fail completely. There is no option.
No, and they won't be able to
There is
have
no
a
option
property.
for anyone to live there.
Yeah, if they don't have that 1.4 acres, they can't.
That's not grandfathered in then.
No,
Okay.
no, they're not guaranteed, they cannot
They
replace the
can't
system.
replace it.
That was your question.
Yeah.
That was a
Yeah,
question.
Right
that's
now,
okay.
they can continue to operate as is, but as soon as there's a failure,
They can't.
The house legally has to become vacant.
That's why to me, number 3 is not an option at this point in time.
Well, like me, 2 is,
As legal, I wouldn't mind taking a few minutes and just discussing obviously with the commission, because there are legal ramifications for that.
We may need to discuss that at a later time here as we're running up against our agenda, but
I just want the commission to know that a sewer district has already been created out there.
yeah,
Okay, I mean, we got enough acreage from the owners that can create a sewer district, so it's a legal entity that you said is the sewer board. If you take option 3, we've already incurred about $12,000 in expense. And option 3, we'll have to assess that expense against the property owners, and they'll be paying that for getting absolutely nothing. So I just wanted to mention that this morning.
and I may piggyback on Craig's comment, in order to move forward to see if we qualify for those grants and low interest loan with KDHE SRF, we would have another $10,000-15,000 in income survey, writing a grant, and miscellaneous expenses that would also need to be assessed back to the property owners. So there's these preliminary costs associated with seeing if this project is even feasible.
And that would be for either 1 or 2.
That would be for one or two.
Either one.
to me too, like I say, trying to find a place to put a lagoon out there seems.
Yeah.
Seems really iffy.
To me, one is
Yeah.
about the old, this, to me, one's the option you kind of have to go with, that it's the least of 3 objectionable choices.
I also think over the course of time, the city's going to be in a better position to handle the sewer needs, and the county's going to be more than likely as well. So
And one of the just legal comment on my part is that under option 2, more likely than not, I'm not saying it's absolutely more likely than not, you have to condemn to get the land from the lagoon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because that, like I say, the only place to do it is in some pretty high value farmland out there.
And I'm not for sure if the city, through the municipal means or something, they have the ability to find some of the resources, maybe to help in the process too. It's
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It's all gonna have to be through the county.
that's
We've looked everywhere, and this is as cheap as it gets.
I'm still afraid that for a handful of people out there, this still isn't going to be affordable. So I don't know where we go in that particular case moving forward. But I've heard from several that even under number 1 or number 2, it's still not going to be an affordable option. So I don't know where that's going to leave us, but I still think number 3 is not a viable option at all. And have a lot of concerns with being able to find property and being able to do what we need to do there. So really, it's poison in the left arm, poison in the right arm, poison in the left or right leg. You can choose which one there, but
The water cost, I know in the city, I'm on city water, and it keeps going up. It's over $42 a month. So it's up in the $50, $60 range at this point, so.
go ahead.
And I understand the cost concerns because it is high, as Sam's acknowledged. And like I said, we've sliced this for how many years now? But that property with a working system has some value. Without a working system, whether it's an investor or a personal residence, they have no value at the end.
If you do proceed with it, 67 houses, do they have the option to not hook up, or is it required that they all hook up?
Every pre-existing house would be required to hook up within the service.
Okay, I'm gonna say, if some of them say, oh, I'm not going to, that just makes it that much worse for everybody else.
They don't have the option.
Okay, I didn't think so.
So what happens from a financial standpoint if they just literally cannot afford to hook up?
Sell and move. I mean, there's probably some options for a property owner that can't afford to do it where they're at.
But at least they have some value.
There's true, but there's several ways to look at that as well.
There's no really win here any way to go. So when are you going to be working on a town hall meeting, or is that?
We can be ready as soon as possible. We have a presentation put together. The crux of the issue hasn't changed. So it's just a matter of what works with county staff and commission on finding a date that works well, that's at least a couple of weeks out so people can plan.
And to get notice to the resident.
And get notice to the rest. We'd like to send a letter and let them know what's happening and that kind of thing.
So like a 10-day or 30-day notice, what is legal?
It just depends on, if we have to get a date that's agreeable with, probably with staff and commission, and then we can just give the residents that notice date, so.
Okay.
So it will be from the commission's point of view, it will be a notice, public meeting for the commission, so that notice will be required also.
Would the board like more time to reschedule this again, because we're getting into
Yeah,
our agenda to
yeah.
finalize this? 15 minutes was not enough time.
No, and it won't be next time. So plan for that. It won't be next time. I'm considering probably number one at this point in time, but
Because all we're asking right now is just a direction. And to me, one is really the only option that I could see.
I'm kind of at that same point.
Succeeding.
Yeah. Both in the short term and the long term.
Yeah.
Can I get a motion on number one?
Yeah, I make a motion that they would try to proceed with option one.
Do we have a second?
Would that include the public comment or public meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, then I would second that.
Yeah, that's why I said so.
So moved and seconded on preferred option number one for the Keats Sewer District. All those in favor?
Aye.
So Mandy, you'll coordinate that meeting time. Thank you, commission. This is a difficult
Yeah.
situation. I
It's
appreciate the
almost
time.
an impossible situation.
Amanda, something you're gonna have to figure out logistics on. It's gonna be an open county public meeting, and now that we're live streamed, it's gonna create some intricacies. And there is poor reception there, because they use the whole place.
We may need to consider using, I don't know. I don't know.
Park
What
is
was
pretty good.
Hmm?
Park is pretty good reception wise.
But is that what that new, there's a new post put out there, is that some kind of?
Okay, well, we're way behind agenda, so let's move forward here to the press conference at this point in time, and I think we got Shiloh. To discuss a new appointment system with us.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm going to bring it up just really quick, so I have it here in front of me.
So I'm Shiloh Hager, Riley County Treasurer, and thank you for allowing me to come and speak very briefly this morning about the new queuing system that will go into effect in the Treasurer's office starting on Monday, May 17th. It is always my intention to be very cognizant of the taxpayers' time, and our current queuing system, although it does have its value for those who have chosen to use it, the ability for it to predict the times accurately and correctly have not been the best recently. And so because our contract was about up, we decided to start looking at some other systems. And we were notified about this particular company called No Wait Inside. And so our new system is going to be a combination of appointments and walk-ins, because I know not everybody is going to plan ahead far enough in advance when their tags are getting ready to expire and they didn't make an appointment. So we are going to allow for those walk-in customers. However, our driver's license queue and our commercial vehicle queue are going to be appointment only. The driver's license, especially because we have only one station and it's very easy to block out those times specifically for those driver's license appointments. And with that, we are going to have driver's license open for appointments Monday through Friday from 8 to noon. It'll be closed from 12 to 1 for that person to take a lunch hour, and then we'll be available again from 1 until 4. Our commercial customers will be able to make appointments every day. We'll have two people assigned to watch that. I don't suspect that will be quite as busy. And then all of our other queues will, like I said, will have the ability to either make an appointment or there will be walk-ins. Walk-ins will be served on a first come, first served basis. And we'll have people assigned to watch the walk-ins, and we'll have people assigned to watch the appointment queues. And I just wanted to just bring it up really quick and just show you how easy it's going to be for customers to make an appointment. This will be on our website. They would just choose which service they're wanting to do, and you can see we have all the way down to if you want to make an appointment to come pay your taxes. So they'll choose their service. They have different options if they're just doing a renewal. They would fill in their information and a phone number. There is an option if they do not have a phone number, they can put in they can put in a phone number like their home phone, but then they check box that they have no mobile phone, so they won't get any of the text messages. Whoops, it was done. And they can make an appointment up to 14 days in advance, and they can choose their time. The other thing that we really liked about this is that they allowed us these pre-screening questions. So for our driver's license, we asked, do you have a CDL? If they choose yes, they're going to get a message that the service must be done in a full service office, and then we give them the ability to click a link to find a full service office, because we don't do that. And the same with all of these other questions. It gives them the ability to answer these predetermined questions so that they don't make an appointment and then get to our office and find out that we can't do that service. We've added other questions under the renewal system. For example, one of those screening questions we put in there is on a renewal is, do you know that you can do this service either online, by mail, or by using our Dropbox? And then it says, do you still want to make an appointment? A lot of people don't realize that they could do these services without even coming into the office. Once they answer all, and some of these are required, some of them are optional, and it'll allow you to go through if you don't answer a question that's optional. and click on save. And now they have an appointment for their driver's license. They will get a confirmation 24 hours prior to their appointment time so that they can confirm that, yes, they are going to come in on that particular day. And then they'll get a reminder an hour before their appointment time that tells them the further instructions that once they arrive in the office, they click a button and let us know that they're here, and then we will text them when we're ready to have them come into the office. I really think that once people, get a handle on, knowing when they need to come in or when they want to come in, that this will be a great service to our citizens. The only last other thing I was just gonna mention is that the site that I just showed you will be available in English and in Spanish. So it gave us that ability. It actually gives you the ability to put a whole bunch of other ones, but I didn't know how to translate any of those other languages. So we decided to leave it with English and Spanish for right now. Are there any, and I said the last thing, this will be the last thing, I promise. The other thing about this system is that there's a monthly fee regardless of how many offices choose to use this system. So for example, if the health department at some point wanted to jump onto this, the monthly fee is the same amount regardless of if there's one office or 10 offices. If the appraiser's office wanted to use it to make appointments for protests, they could do that as well. The only thing that the other cost is it's 5 cents per text message. So that's what those other offices would be required to pay, would be the cost of the text messaging. Any questions or comments that I can answer?
Looks good to me.
So, like I said, it'll be on our website later this week. The links will be, and the first appointments that can be made are Monday, May 17th. The staff has the ability to start making appointments this week. So if somebody calls in and they say they want to make an appointment for next week, we can go ahead and start booking those appointments for them as well.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First, John Ellerman.
Yes, request to fill vacant facilities and grounds technician.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm John Ellerman, Public Works Director. I'm here to ask to refill a vacant position. Facility and grounds technician 2 for our Parks Department. This position just come open on his last day, I think is this week yet. So they're getting in their busy time, and the sooner we can get somebody approved and on board, the better off we will be. This is a budget position and at the level 2, I believe, so.
We need a motion to approve this board so wishes.
I would make a motion to approve the filling of the facilities and grounds technician 2 position.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded on the request to fill the vacant facility and grounds technician 2 position. All those in favor?
Aye.
All 3, please.
Thank you. Now you're caught up.
For now.
Next, we have Amanda at 10.
John, Amanda, coordinating here.
Yeah, I noticed that. Okay, Amanda, we're up once again with the next gen update.
Good morning again. So, planning director, just want to quickly apologize that I did not schedule enough time for our Keats discussion. The agenda was pretty tight and I kind of took what I could get, so I do recognize that was not enough time, so I apologize for that. This one should take a lot less time, so I'll jump in to keep this on schedule. Again, just wanted to provide a quick next gen 911 update. The committee has met at least once or twice since we last were before you giving the update. Again, we put together the draft letter that we talked about, the pre-informational, pre-notification informational letter, I think I called it. Again, we're giving the folks a heads up before we're giving a heads up combined with a, hey, now your address is changing. So I'm giving them a little bit of time to understand what we're doing, why we're doing it, giving them the process that they're going to be going through and what to expect for the next steps. So again, we just wanted to have this draft letter before you folks. Definitely get any input if you have any. And then again, just give you a quick update. We're working, we're going to be doing a press release for the project, and we're kind of determining how that's going to look, as well as how many private roads we want to see about taking on per year if we want to overlap those. So that's some of the discussion that's still taking place. But in the meantime, we do want to get this letter sent out to the folks on the unnamed road off of Johnson, and that's the one that we are going to. Any questions or comments?
I don't have any.
That letter sounded
I think
pretty
it's,
good.
and it's pretty thorough, given
Explaining what's going on.
and why, most importantly.
Yeah.
So you want a motion on this or anything, or just a presentation?
It was just, just
Sounds good.
presentation,
Okay.
just informational, so you knew what we were up to.
Okay.
So, all right.
You
Thank
said
you. Appreciate it,
Johnson,
Amanda.
is that the one out off of 177? Is that?
Yeah, Johnson Road, runs north and south. But then there's a leg off of it that runs east and west that's not a road, and there's like runs 10 houses over there. So those will be the ones affected, the rest of them that are actually on Johnson Road will be affected.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to give a road a name if it doesn't actually have a
Yeah,
name.
it doesn't.
Yeah, part of the issue here. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Sherry. Next commissioner, you have Colin Element at 10:10.
You come bearing cake.
It's Whose birthday?
Rich's.
Oh, I didn't know it was your birthday. It was my kid.
I'm gonna do this.
We're gonna have all those guys.
Yeah, I like to try and lay low.
You sure
did.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, ladies.
Welcome.
Oh, German chocolate.
What's like German chocolate?
Just can't say no to that. That's my favorite. Whose birthday is it again?
Right over there.
It is.
He's not giving up numbers.
Oh, I don't think any of us can count that high anyway.
He's a youngster to me, so I'm
Yeah.
not gonna say anything.
Such a baby.
Well, happy birthday, sir.
Thank you.
Mhm.
It just got better.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, this is really good.
Just come from home?
No, one of the ladies, I think Alice, maybe.
I think it was us. I think that was the deal, yeah.
You made the new
We
person.
draw
do
out
it.
a hat
God.
each year to who bakes for who on their birthday.
Actually, I think she's been brushing up on her German chocolate cake.
I don't think she needs to. It's pretty good.
Definitely.
I give her a hard time because when she drew, kind of the joke in our office is when you draw for birthdays, you want Cindy Cavril to get your name because in our office, Cindy Cavril is the baker.
Okay.
Oh,
So
really?
I got Alice and said I wanted to trade. She goes, well, Dylan's sells German chocolate cake. I go, what? German chocolate cake.
Well, she knows how to pull his strings already, though.
So she stepped up to the plate. I'll give her that. Much appreciated.
Wow. That's so good. So good, it's got me off track of time. I need to make sure.
That's another 3 minutes.
Yeah, right?
There'll be a delay in the meeting. Important matters first.
It just takes a motion of 2.
This makes up for not having any yesterday.
Good sugar rush this morning too.
You need a good glass of milk to finish that.
Coffee, pretty good with it. Sweet and coffee is pretty good, especially on a cool day that it was today. One of the twins, Michaela, she will make me one next weekend from scratch, totally. She's a hard baker, she's in the family.
You can bring some of that in too. Certainly
It
mine.
might be a couple days old by that.
That don't matter.
Her and actually her twin sister's fiance are both started their comps for their doctorate in physical therapy at 10, so they put under a lot of pressure.
Wow.
For that today, so
Yeah, I
they
can
can approach
imagine.
that today,
Mhm.
and him,
It is that time of the year.
and like 50% usually pass the first time.
Oh, well.
So they've been a little stressed. John.
Yes, it is.
John Ellerman again, Public Works. I'm working on, I guess, project updates today. Basically, I go down my list. Fairmont Heights is all completed, and everything, the walkthrough's been done. The final pay estimate, and there will be another change order. Will be presented, I think it's Thursday, to you for that. We're still working on trying to get homeowner hookup agreements for Lakeside Heights before that can start. Talked about Keats already this morning. Rose Hill Bridge, everything's in line. KDOT will let that bridge on the 19th for us, so we have stuff ready. We will have a match, local match for that, but it won't. And that's a sales tax project. West 32nd Avenue Bridge, the right of way has been completed. Working in any utility relocation that might have to. We have applied for a KDOT cost share. We have not heard on that award or not. So, South Otter Bridge is where our staff is still working on finishing up the office check plans to get that approved. So right away and stuff will start happening then. That must be the bid and let by November 1st. So we still have a few months, but that's coming up pretty soon. Let's see, the others, Flat Rock and Union Road, we're working on some office check plans for those culverts. So those should be coming up here pretty soon to decide when we want to let them. Our concern now is with 2, 3, 4 bridges already and staff to do the inspection. So when we can juggle the bid lightings and the construction times. EMS kitchen remodel has been completed. I think Gary brought a change order. We'll have one for that soon, maybe Thursday. The firing range water line has been completed and water turned on last week on the 5th. Parks Department doing regular normal park maintenance, mowing and keeping buildings up. They repaired some irrigation at Fairmont Heights, adjusted irrigation here at the plaza and at Public Works buildings. Continuing to work on the playground at Keats and put some pre-emergent on flower beds. The operations side, we finished the Bellegarde Bridge or the culvert where the wings fell off. Bridge deck patching and some small bridge structure inspections. Assisted the health department in putting up the vaccine clinic tent. And this week or last week, we took down the other tent that was used for the testing and now it'll go back to the Fort Air Precinct. Pad, were built the pad and started erecting the building out at the Leonard Storage Yard, the equipment storage building, and finished up our crack ceiling for the season. Burrell's finished with the repair of the courthouse windows. So when MCR comes in, they're supposed to be here today. I think they got pushed back to a little later in the week. And when they're ready, they should be ready for them to paint. So that's pretty much all I have for my update. If you have any questions, you can try.
We had the sort of precast culverts that, bid earlier. When do those come? Yeah.
Whenever he gets to where he wants to schedule those projects, then they'll order them so they can just, when they deliver them, they'll be put right in the ground.
But that's not on this list. He's
No,
still
we haven't done
coordinating
it
with
yet.
everything else. All right, or I assume they are closing 24 north of Riley today. The written sign said it was, and it wasn't our project, it was KDOT
That's a
project.
KDOT.
Closing.
Okay, the overlay project, I think.
No, it's another a culvert or a bridge
Okay.
replacement there. The sign up there said they're closing on the 7th, which was Friday, and they didn't. So I'm assuming they'll be closing it today.
I think, yes, it will be closed by today, or it should be. I think I saw that notice come on.
Anything else? Okay, thanks,
Thank you.
John.
Next commissioner, you have Elizabeth Ward at 10:25.
To Friday night.
Well, they got a big project, get the harvest.
Yeah. More opportunity. Really considering that, and having heard that. I think it will be.
Go ahead. Good morning.
K-State game yesterday.
No.
Baylor, 17 runs to one. By who? Baylor. They got beat 23-3, but there were 17 runs in one. Haven't seen that.
I didn't see any.
Details of what happened.
I know the day before we were down.
Yeah, they came back on
Came
Saturday.
back, yeah. Yeah, I
But
was
yesterday's,
starting to sound like the Royals.
seen, I had no time to see what all happened, but 17 and
Wasn't Jordan Wicks on the mound yesterday too, our star?
I don't know. I don't know who it was. But
He might have been on the mound Saturday.
Go ahead, if you want one, stop by our office, because it's my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday. Today's the day.
Today is the day. Yeah, be nice, take your comments. I saw steam rolling out your ears. I can read your eyes. Yeah. That's why I pulled it up quickly, thought that might help. I saw the wheels grinding there. No.
Tornado drill?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just heard my phone too.
I just wanted to make sure you knew I was here. It's interesting, the county comes up as potential spam.
Yeah, doesn't.
Saw that too, man. Guess that's when you know your security's really working.
There's too many other things to get through.
As soon as Commissioner Ford calls it. Good morning.
Where is it? 24th maybe. It's just family. She's not super. Singing for the service. Yeah.
Okay, Elizabeth.
Good morning, Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager. So you guys have a lot of this background, you're well aware of it, but just to kind of cover some of the background of why we're making this request. As you know, Riley County salaries were frozen for 2021 in expectation of an economically difficult year. And then to combine with that, our employees were considered and are considered essential workforce. And so our employees at Riley County did continue to work through the pandemic in a variety of creative ways, both coming physically to work as well as some remote and, learned a lot of new skills. And several people, Rich particularly, has had discussion and interaction with some surrounding governmental agencies to see what they're doing with their employee remuneration for this year and the previous year, and just trying to kind of find some common ground. So as a way to show appreciation for the dedication and continued efforts for our Riley County employees, we are requesting the use of federal funding to enact a mid-year pay adjustment in the amount of 2% for all active employees. So not retroactive, but it would be effective July 1st for every active employee. And it would be treated similar to a COLA, so it won't change our pay scales, it won't change the steps, but it'll move everyone based on their pay rate 2%. The financial impact this year would not affect our budgets. There is federal funding for this. And then just for reference, the total amount would be under $180,000, which would include salary and benefits. And that's a rough estimate because, obviously some people, we budget the 39.5% for benefits. And so sometimes that's less than that, but it would be under that amount. And there is a separate number for community corrections. We have some funds to be able to assist them as well. That amount would be under $7,000 reimbursement to cover the increase for this year. Moving into next year, that would become a base then for our salary increases, whether there were anything approved for 2022. So we will adjust our budget proposals for personnel based on this increase if approved.
You said it's coming from the federal. So I was paying it. Did some previous ones, or is this the new one? Because there's whatever the initials are for the next one coming out. Is that where that's going to be coming out of?
It will be actually from this current amount, except for community corrections will be coming from a previous amount.
Okay. Yeah.
The question I have could this amount be handled in bonuses as opposed to increasing 2% extra for maybe next for 2022, as opposed to actually, what I'm talking about, a bonus at a one-time payment as opposed to.
Yeah, we've thrown around some different ideas like a stipend or a hazard pay, something in appreciation for the effort that was put in. And there's been a lot of discussion about that. One of the problems is that, as we've discussed several times and Rich has brought up, each time that we have a freeze or we don't have an increase in our salary, that puts us as a whole farther down the competitive scale for our pay scales, and that affects retention and recruitment moving forward. And so since we've done our last salary study, we've had twice. So we had this last year and we had a previous time, and that has moved us to the point where we're on the lower end of competitive for our competitors. And so we're looking at people that we want to recruit and bring in, and those that we want to retain, and based on their salary and benefits and the value of working at Riley County, those hazard pay or bonus or whatever you'd like to call it wouldn't help move us in the right direction for that. And we are at a point where we need to do a salary study even outside of this, even if we do grant the 2%. We've got to, in my opinion, remain competitive in that arena. And just as reference, that 2% is significantly less than what was actually proposed and would have gone into effect had we not had a pandemic. So we would have had a proposed COLA and a step increase. So we would have been looking at somewhere around that 4%. I think Tammy has I think it was 1% COLA last year as well. That's what it was on 4.9. Okay, so 4.9 is what was proposed had we not had the pandemic. So it's a significantly less than we would, still not going to keep us on track of where we would have been without a pandemic. And as for your reference, it is in the notes, but we have discussed this not only with our partners in the community, but also with the budget committee and the department heads and have really discussed the options and details and do have unanimous support in those two groups as well.
So I have a couple questions. You said this will obviously affect our discussions for 2022,
It will.
and we're gonna have that discussion next Monday. Is that correct?
We'll have.
Personnel.
Well, we'll have new position requests next Monday.
Mhm. Okay. When we don't actually have the funding for this yet, correct?
I believe we do have
Technically, it was supposed to be here today, but they haven't.
I don't.
uploaded the portal.
This is the first I've heard that we've been able to even use it for this particular opportunity, and not that I'm against it necessarily, but I will say one thing, and this isn't anything personal against the other two commissioners, but I don't like the idea that this federal funding is actually going to boost our salaries another 2%.
We could eliminate ourselves.
Yeah, and I would
I would do that.
I would be willing to do that and offset that back to this some way, shape, or form at this point in time too. I just don't think that part of it's right.
So on that, I do want to clarify that there's very limited guidance. However, the part that is out there is that if you want to give an incentive pay to your employees based on COVID, having some sort of an outlet with COVID, they are allowed that.
Okay.
So the 100% all guidance is not there, but
Yeah.
that is one of them that is out there.
Okay.
Along with the revenue replacement, which was not in place with the prior funds.
That's part of the 65.1 billion, I think, that was allocated to counties across the country specific. So
Right.
I would feel better at this point in time about this if I knew where we were going to be at for 2022 and how that
Yeah.
figured into the equation. And I have some other thoughts and concerns I'd like to discuss through channels too, but overall, I'm not against the idea. There's just several of those other things that I think needed to be discussed, and we have time.
So
So,
I do have those numbers and I can bring them next week on Monday if that's what you would like me to add, because I've already calculated what it would affect for the 2022 budget.
okay, I'd appreciate that. That would be a big part of my concern at this point in time as we develop the next year's budget.
Won't that have effect on how we adjust the COLA for next year based on this?
Yes,
So,
yes.
it could be they get 2% now, but instead of getting 4, they only get 2
Right.
next year. Is that how that works?
Yes and no.
I don't know. That's why I'm-
Go ahead, Rich.
COLA's
Yeah.
based on it.
I mean, this is multifaceted. I mean, the real reason it got here in the beginning for the commissioners is because we were made aware that health departments had funding allocable to health department staff for the term that I really don't like with government, a bonus. I just don't think that belongs in government. And so then the question becomes, okay, for those that are impacted by COVID and you contributed, well, how do you draw the lines? I've had multiple staff in my office volunteer and work many of those clinics that we've had. And so that's where we looked at doing something more across the board, because there's not one department that was impacted. There's multiple staff such as HR and myself and other staff in my office that have not missed a day and worked overtime for it. And those that, of course, that are hourly do get overtime, but those that are salaried do not. And so that was the initial reason why I got here. We're trying to look at a way to make it more fair, which is a difficult term to define, to all employees impacted. The previous commissions, when they set our budget for 2021, in my opinion, did a very prudent thing because we were uncertain about the impacts of COVID. And the reasoning was the impacts, meaning less revenue collected than the previous year, and less revenues coming in. We know that we collected $1.8 million more in revenue. So while it was prudent to do it at that time, it did not transpire. And so getting back to Catherine's question about, 2% now and then reduce it to 2%, that defeats the purpose of what Elizabeth as HR keeps close track on, and so do I. And as commissioners know, you guys have met and talked about having to increase offers to get the best personnel here. in various positions, whether it's department heads or deputies. Ask your department heads that are here. I don't know of anyone has been able to offer a position at a step 1. To be competitive, all of us are having to offer to step 3 and a step 4 to get the best candidate in the pools that apply for positions. And so we are getting behind. I know the city of Manhattan is going to be doing a salary study at the end of the year because they believe they're behind as well. And so you can do that, but at some point in time, if we're going to be competitive and retain good quality employees, you have to be competitive and you have to increase the salaries.
Well, I think, at least from my perspective, I'm just speaking on my own here, I would like to have some full funding numbers on this. If that could be presented Monday, that would be, that might alleviate a large majority of my concern. And like I said, I do significantly have a problem with us as commissioners benefiting from it. Because we're the reason why we're having this discussion to start with, but there were unforeseen things and some of those worked out well, some of them haven't, but I don't believe that federal funds should be boosting our salaries at this point in time. If we do get that boost, it needs to come from the local pool because that's what we're representing. So that's one concern that I have. And like I said, you can reallocate that as part of the other 2%, or we can figure something else out. That's fine. But that's one concern that I have. And like a little bit more numbers on how that's going to approach both the rest of this year's budget from July 1st on, and how that's going to incorporate into next year's budget, because that's part of the discussion that we're having. But outside of that, if we can do it, that's fine.
Commissioner Clark, you kind of hit on exactly where we were at, because at the time of the budget, we could run the numbers, make the change and propose something different without your approval, and at the same time, where would we stand, what would we do? And so, Tammy's run a lot of the numbers both ways, and we're working on just making sure we're on the same page with the 2%, or we know we are on the same page without, but the timing of getting the budget in front of you is also, we don't have a lot of time to make this decision in order to make other decisions.
Well, it kind of concerns me that we're in the middle of this whole budget process, and then we get this, and it's kind of like, how do you put those two together? And that's a concern I have without going through the whole process first. But,
Right, and I think, I know we can show you, this is what the proposal is without the 2%, this is what the proposal is with the 2% for 2022.
I think for transparency and open purposes too, that having that discussion is also appropriate, regardless if it's ad valorem or not at this point.
Yeah, we had hoped to add this information to you prior to beginning the budget process, but it just takes a while to go through all the channels, the budget planning committee, the department heads, to be sure everyone's on the same page and understands and is in favor or not. And I believe everyone was unanimously in favor, but the earlier we change all of the numbers for the budgets and can show the commissioners the impact, is why we wanted to get it before you earlier rather than later. And that's why we're here today, to try to get it as early in the process, because every salary adjustment each year impacts the next year's budget. It's that simple. It always does.
Yeah, we want to be able to present the 2020 budget as one piece, not say, okay, now here's a change, here's a change, here's what we want to do, and this is the budget that we approve.
so do we table this until we get the final numbers?
I'd kind of like to go that
Okay,
way.
just kind of price. I mean, I know you've obviously been working on it for months. We got it days ago, and it's not a light decision. I mean, it's something that's.
I think it's like you said, $180,000.
Less than it
costs.
And we don't have the full scope of the mechanisms that is allowing for it to either at this point in time. So that could change what we can and can't do later, correct?
Well, it depends, because even if those funds were not available, we still have the budgeted salaries that we use our CARES funds for, like EMS, that we're using for other COVID costs that were not budgeted.
Okay.
And there's dollars there that may be available to cover it as well.
Okay. That's a good thought. Okay.
Like I said, there was even an ad valorem tax that was 1.8 million more that we thought we might not get this year.
Well, but one could reprioritize that as some other things maybe need to be thought about in that discussion as well. So
Always,
right.
You gotta check your priorities.
Yeah.
So Commissioner, before you table it, if that's the decision, I do have an additional request for your discussion or consideration.
Okay.
So additionally, I would like to ask you to discuss or consider a possibility of incentive stipend of $5,000 apiece for Julie Gibbs and David Adams, specifically for their incredibly large amount of time, effort, emotional, mental stress that they went through the pandemic, continuing to hopefully lightening a little bit. It's not in this because we wanted to make some clarifications with Clancy, make sure we were on target where we needed to be, and we were able to get that clarified. And so I'd like to request that you consider that, see if you're open for consideration on that, on something like that, and where we can go from there.
Is that coming out of the same funding pool or something different?
The same funding pool.
Okay, so that's still that 180.
Yes, it's the
Figures
same
out to be.
funding pool,
No, it would be in addition to that money.
Okay.
but from the same source.
Once again, I'm the one that had brought this up. I'm on the Kansas County Clerks and Election Officials Association listserv. We have a listserv. There are many communities that have given the health department director a large stipend, much larger than what we're proposing here at $5,000, and they make significantly less than what ours does. And so it is happening across the state of Kansas. We've all had the discussions, Clancy and I discussed it, and I think the department heads have not. But anyone that's been working through this pandemic and been in touch with David and Julie 24/7 for 365 literally, to me, it's very easy to defend that they are warranted this. Many people that worked it were hourly and got paid overtime. These people did not. I lived through it as all of you did, of course, 2 new commissioners, not as long as the rest of us, but I've seen the changes in their faces and attitude to time and demeanor, although very professional, it wears on people. And I think that this 5,000 is a very small contribution we could make for the services they provided our community.
We're seeing a lot of different combinations of, he sees it on the clerk's listserv and I see it on the HR listserv. Most counties are doing something in this regard. It's different. Some are doing they're reporting their time worked and doing like an overtime pay or something like a bonus, but it's not clear cut and it's not specifically a stipend or incentive pay that way.
And just to be clear, it's a one-time, it wouldn't add to the base salary.
Yes.
It's just a one-time, so I just wanted that to be clear.
Go ahead, Shelley.
I don't know if it's appropriate now or not to talk, but these ladies did come to us in advance because we're outside of the county budget and we're still calculating those numbers and how it impacts us moving forward. As you know, I have to come up with the money for any increases in anything that we do. And so it does impact moving forward. However, I appreciate the discussion about at least, I don't know, we'll have to talk about one-time kinds of situation that maybe don't lock me down, moving forward. But they did approach us early in the process just because they know that it does impact us in a different way. So just appreciate that.
Would we, excuse me, because you're saying maybe you're talking about maybe making it more of a bonus than just a one time. Would that be possible? We'd make it, I'm asking Elizabeth, can you make it 2% for everybody, but just a bonus for them? I mean, because again, they're not directly paid through us, so I guess. I mean, they are, but they aren't.
So
For budget.
the biggest challenge with that is that then they would then be off of our pay scale again. And we've, in the past, prior to me, have worked really diligently to keep community corrections on our pay scale so that they don't necessarily have to get a step each time, but this will adjust the entire pay scale 2%. And then they would be off and they would not be being paid what we have determined as equitable.
But I know she's had trouble getting funding out of the state to cover her expenses.
Yeah. And we did talk about some options, because we obviously, again, originally had proposed the same increase for her budget as we did for everyone else's budget for 2021. And then we talked about a couple other things that could be some areas we can move, save some money savings that you hadn't planned on. So I don't know where you guys ended up in your last numbers, but I think there's some options still to discuss.
We're still,
Yeah.
different scenarios.
Well, I don't understand how you can give stipends, it's okay for a couple of people, but not stipends for the rest of the employees. And I mean, that doesn't, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, so the reason we're asking for the proposal is that, because those two positions that we're asking 2% would be included in that whole. And then above and beyond that would be the stipend. So the stipend's not included in the budgeting, that it doesn't change anyone's pay rate. So, again, salaries are pay rates on a bi-weekly basis, and hourly employees are obviously pay rate on an hourly basis. So that 2% would affect that move that whole pay rate up 2%, whereas a stipend will just be a one-time stipend, won't affect their pay rate. You can do, either way, you're able to do that. It's just going to put us in a situation like Rich explained, where eventually we're gonna have to do a bigger shift. I mean, we're already sliding down that hill, and we're gonna get to a point where we will have no choices. And it may be, your decision, but it may be better to tackle some of that and not get so far down that hill and make a huge jump next year or the year after. We're just building it up for a future problem, in my opinion.
Well, we are vastly moving well into somebody else's agenda time here. So whatever it is we're going to decide, let's try to do it quick. If we need to have some further discussion, let's do that. But, and that's fine with me if we're going to get some updated numbers and some specifics and share those and have that conversation again on Monday.
That's what I'd recommend.
That way.
Table it, or table it Monday.
And bring back both proposals on Monday?
Both proposals.
You clear on what you need to bring?
Okay. Can we do we need a motion or just do that by consensus?
Do it. Let's bring more information.
Okay. Okay.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Hi, Tim Holman, Riley County Councilor. My time on the agenda, the primary thing I want to talk about is as you're aware, the district courts, as a result of the end at the state level of some of the speedy trial provisions, are in a situation where they need to begin making sure they have sufficient space to have jury trials for various primarily criminal matters. They would be with speedy trial provisions in the state, both constitutional and statutory. That requires bringing in large numbers of people to be questioned for possible use on a jury panel during those trials. And one of the things that the courts are aware of is the current space in the courthouse just simply doesn't provide enough space to safely have large numbers of people lined up and ready to be questioned. If you've been over there during the course of any large trial over there just simply isn't much space left. So we're looking around, the courts are examining other spaces around town to see if something might be useful, this time not for purposes of trials. I want to emphasize that this would be for purposes of maybe being used as a site for questioning possible jurors to be used in trials that would occur at the courthouse. One of the spaces they're looking at is the Warren. Doesn't mean that's going to happen, but the courts are going to have a tour of that on Wednesday morning. I was invited to attend, and of course, immediately shared the pleasure of that invitation by suggesting it might be a good idea to bring a commissioner so you can take a look at the spot. So I'm throwing that out there. Certainly they have no issue with that, perfectly as you'd expect. They don't have a problem with the member of the board showing that. So I'd like to throw that out there for discussion and find out if one of you would be willing to go. It would be 8:30 on Wednesday morning.
So that takes me out of the equation.
I think that'd be helpful for, again, I would not expect you to come with any kind of approval. This is in the area of facilities that the county provides the courts. but you would at least be able to see what's being considered as one potential site. That looks better.
Wednesday morning, but I don't know about Greg.
As I was looking now.
Yeah.
I'll be working Wednesday morning, so that takes me out of the equation.
As I said, scheduled it to begin at 8:30. I just think it would be useful if one of you is available to at least see what the courts are seeing. You guys know.
Sure, I can go.
All right.
Okay, 8:30 at the Wareham.
At the Wareham. And again, it's not a done deal. It's not anything like that. I think there probably will be other spaces that we may be asked, but as you know, it would be helpful if you at least see what they are and then have the courts come in and kind of describe for you what exactly they want to do in one location like this.
Yeah.
So, fair enough. All right. Very good. Thank you. That's all I have. Unless you have questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Clancy. Next, you have Cheryl Collins at 11.
We can go next time.
Okay. I could have done it. I had really, I had to move around and drive all the way in here just for that. So I
Just
got
for
something
that,
else to
yeah.
go back. If you can make it, that works best.
That's 15 minutes to get
Yeah.
downtown.
Oh, yeah, you bet. I'm fine. Same as Sammy Hager's song.
We'll keep you busy all day in here with that.
Yes, I can see it.
Little OCD on blinds.
Guess she missed the flood of 2020 then.
Yeah, she did there, that's for sure. Definitely had a lot of water coming in there. Yeah. Ask for your city.
Just seepage.
And it had high winds and heavy rain that day. Yeah. Sam was here.
It came all the way in.
Protein on Sam's territory.
Yeah. He even stuck his feet up in the air. I remember.
I saw the towels, but I thought it was like at the Wolf House, we get condensation on the windows and then it freezes. And then when the sun shines on them, it melts. We got window inserts that helped solve that, but we still put towels on the windowsill just in case. I thought it was a deal like that.
No.
Feel free to have more birthday.
Yeah.
I'm hoping to have several more. I really am.
You aren't stopping now.
I hope
Great.
not. I hope
Okay.
not. I'll take as many as I can get. My grandpa made it to 104. I would plan on trying to compete with him.
Wow.
So.
That's a little
Depends on circumstance.
And you have to like, what kind of shape.
Yeah.
True.
My grandma made it 103.
Huh?
My grandma made it 103. She was pretty sharp up until about the last year.
I don't think any of the males on my side made it out of their 70s.
What was her secret? She didn't share it?
No, she was always
That's the
busy.
secret.
She was always busy, always working.
Yeah.
We're gonna play hard. She and Grandpa both fished all the time. If fish weren't biting at Perry, if they were there for a while, they'd pick up, move everything, and go down to the bone, go down there and cut the bone. And then she was Grandpa's bird dog when he went hunting.
Stay active.
Yeah.
That's what they say the key is.
Yeah,
Sense of
she
purpose.
was. Well, I tell you, at 101, for 100's worth, we had all the cousins and grandkids, great grandkids from California, down to Texas, every place. She was there, I just have trouble remembering some of these kids' names. I said, I don't know who these kids are. Although she could end up she knew this one belonged to, this great grandkid belonged with that great grandkid, but she was ahead, I couldn't even do that much.
And I asked my grandfather once how many grandkids he had, and he couldn't remember all of them either. So, man. Cheryl, it's 11 o'clock, so it's time for your 2022 budget request.
Well, good morning. Riley County Historical Museum 2022 budget request has a minimal increase of $275 of the 2021 museum budget.
and contractual services, commodities, and capital outlay. The budget memo that I submitted outlines the areas of change between 2021 and 2022 request. And I'll be glad to answer any questions you have on our 2022 budget request.
Pull it back.
It's not very changed from this year.
There it is.
Looks like the biggest change you have is in personnel services.
Yes, it always is. That's the major portion of our budget each year. And we have the same, we've been consistently the same on our numbers of employees.
See that?
When it says as needed museum assistant, I'm trying to remember, is that?
Those are primarily, they work on weekends and we try to have 2 people on each weekend. But we also have some hours during the weekdays, and those are the ones that have been funded, the weekday hours, mostly by the Riley County Historical Site grant each year. We have a certain number of hours that are budgeted, 412, I think, hours for as needed museum assistants, and then any additional hours that work are funded by that grant.
Okay, well, that's all I've got. Anybody else? Okay.
Well, thank you very much for your support of the Riley County Historical Museum. Your support for the collection, preservation, and presentation of local history, and the support of previous commissioners has been very important to building and maintaining the unique sense of place and history here, and it's deeply appreciated.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you.
And Cheryl, thank you for taking that table.
Oh, yes, we love that table. I don't know its age, we'll have to research that a little bit.
It's one thing Eileen Colbert told me when she left, is don't ever get rid of that table, it needs to stay at the clerk's office, but as you know, sorry, but related to space, we have no space. We have one table we have to move just to keep personnel in the office, and it's in the back refrigerator area where the last person is. The next location for an office space is out the back door in the alley, just in case you're wondering.
Got a couple stations in here, Rich.
But we found a place, so worked on it a little bit, we found.
I was hoping you would
Thank
take it, that was my preference. We were gonna offer it to everybody. I said, see if Cheryl can take it, that's why I really wanted to have it. But I've always loved
It'll
that,
be right up front too, so it'll be visible.
always loved that table, it's pretty. I'd like to know the age.
Yeah, I would like to too. We'll look at it and see if we can figure anything out.
Got bought for your staff's one, get rid of it, keeping it as long as we have.
I ran across a newspaper article where this was probably in the 1890s or 80s. The city council didn't have too many chairs in their meeting room, and the newspaper editor would come to the meetings and they wouldn't provide him a chair. So he bought his own chair. And sat there.
That could explain a
I sure
lot.
wish we could find that chair. I think that's a really interesting.
It would be.
Hello, hello.
Okay.
Hi, how are you all?
Good, how are you?
I'm great, thanks. How you doing? Good for another week? How are you? Good. Good. Enjoying this cooler weather while it's here. Yeah. It's cold. Hot stuff will be here soon enough.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. Usually isn't much of a segue. Cheryl, how are you? I see you.
Walking by. your
Walking by,
house.
yeah. Every once in a while.
That's a nice lot, Long City Park.
Yeah.
Points out, it's a,
That
it's
is,
a good route by your house.
I've always said so too. In fact, it's really convenient for me to walk to work,
Yes,
only a mile.
yes. When the weather's,
Yeah.
That can change in Kansas in less than 8 hours.
And it often does.
then I guess it's the run home.
Yeah.
That's for, I guess it doesn't apply now being May, but that's for the, National Youth Children. Oh. I guess that was for the month of April, not May necessarily, but. That's been there for.
Well, I know it's been there, but I just,
No.
No, I do not. Love to be apple.
I didn't know you were
Some days it feels like that.
Part of my back surgery, I had that, I felt over that.
Yeah, I'll get that too. That's mine too. Oh, it's here since it's not.
You laugh.
I had fun this year. It's the last 7 years. Make sure it's all.
Okay, Brent, it is 11:15, so.
Great. You want to take care?
Yeah, you can come up to the podium and demask if you so feel it appropriate and move on from there.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thanks for inviting me. And our firm is BBN Architects. Been around a long time. Longer than I like to. I have 3 of my partners here. Patrick Shaw is here, and Patrick was an assistant to me on this study and took the lead on this sort of urban design issues. What are the important planning aspects of our downtown and our iconic courthouse building in particular, as well as the Carnegie Library. So he was a key participant in that regard. Aaron Dyke is a partner in our firm, and he was responsible for taking a look at combining some of the input we received from your various department heads and staff members and thinking about just what kind of configurations and adjacencies might serve them best. One of the things that we discovered in the research for this study is that lots of departments feel like they might function better if they were adjacent to another apartment and some of the or department, and those adjacencies don't always exist at present. And then my partner Dan Crouch took the lead in evaluating existing buildings and understanding, for instance, some of the maintenance challenges in this building, understanding some of the shortcomings of the office building. And then he took a careful look and documented the First Christian Church building to understand how it's configured and how it was expanded episodically. And so he is our authority on that. The other buildings as well. Our key client contacts, when we started this study, actually started in 2007 and worked on it through a number of phases until this study was delivered in 2012. So it's been sort of an ongoing process. Rich was one of our key leaders on the client side, as was Leon Hobson. So the two of those folks worked with us to coordinate meetings with department heads and access to buildings and so forth. We understand and appreciate the fact that there is interest in the preservation of the First Christian Church building. We know our friend Tim DeNoble was here and spoke about his interest in seeing what could be done to salvage some or perhaps all of that building. And so we're supportive of looking into that again and finding out what opportunities exist there. One of the things that we were challenged with when we did this study was to find a solution that would be a long-range solution. At the time, there's a concern about all these episodic sorts of moves. First, the Plaza office or the Raleigh County office building was part of the Warren Hotel. It's a brick building, a dance hall on the second floor. The springs are still there. That I guess that's what we did back then. But so it's got its own set of issues. And then also this building, it was designed as a telephone switchgear building way back in the day when it wasn't electronic switchgear as much as it was mechanical switchgear. So this building could probably support twice as much square footage as it does now because of the immense weight of all of that switchgear. So, and we've seen a building that included information about it in your study in Dallas. It's called Mockingbird Station. It was no telephone building of the same sort of genre as this building. And a developer saw an opportunity because of its strength and its structural nature to convert it to apartments and did like 3 stories of steel frame apartment structures above the roof. So we were fascinated by the possibilities that repurposing this building might have. One of the things we ran into in this building in terms of making it more functional was that it's very limited by this columns that are everywhere. So we try to keep that in mind. One thing that might be helpful is me to give you just a really quick walking tour of what I experienced. I was the guy that was meeting with all of the department heads and and in most cases, many of their staff, and hearing what their experiences were. And I'll start with the courthouse building. 1906, J.C. Holland's the architect. He did 13 very similar courthouse buildings across the state. I think 11 of them are extant. You'll see them done in various materials. There's one in Lyons, Kansas that's made out of brick and stone. And oftentimes he'll move the bell tower to the center of the building. I think he did that in Marysville. So there's just a lot of variations on this theme. But it's a beautiful building. We think it's, in terms of the centerpiece of our downtown in our city, I think it is the most important piece. That's my perception. I would like to see it preserved at all costs. Back when we were evaluating this building, one of the commissioners at the time had a notion that we needed only a course, so that should become a museum building. And I think the most of us in the room were concerned that it would lose its position in our community if it was made into something other than a courthouse building that was intended for. The things that we discovered pretty quickly in our tour of that building is that it lacks the appropriate technology for modern day courtrooms. But more importantly, it's limited by the amount of space for the court support staff. If you're walking through the back of the house over there, people are just crammed into those spaces, and they definitely need better and more secure workspace. I think some advances have been made in that regard in the last 10 years, but I still think it's a big issue. And the judges were telling us that although it has nice courtrooms, there needs to be a courtroom for this county that is substantially larger. Their feeling was that if we're going to have a court case that gets the kind of publicity that some do, that none of those courtrooms are going to work, so they'll have to be taken to another venue, or hopefully this project could address that. What we chose to suggest is that in this new kind of background building that we had proposed, there'd be 3 stories of county use space and a 4th story for future growth that would be lease space, perhaps to attorneys and folks in the community, to allow for future growth. And that, again, that was a study. So with that comes a lot of dollars. So we were well aware of that. But the beauty of that was that we could design a really first-rate new courtroom to subsidize these existing courts and put the court support folks over in modern office space in the new building, and then create the interface that we need for security and movement of staff and judges. The Carnegie Building is a lovely building. I think it has a great history here. That whole Carnegie Library program is really one of our nation's most historic development aspects. And so I treasure that building. It's sort of intimate in size, but it's really quite lovely. I think they need more space, but I'm not sure how that plays out today. One of the things I would tell you that I think would be very important is to go revisit these issues. We've had a lot of technology change. We've had COVID. We have people working from home in some cases. So I think it would be important to see if the growth projections that we made 10 years ago, if what we said is going to happen in 10 years, did it really happen? And if so, what do we do about it? And if not, how is it different? It could very well be that technology has changed dramatically enough that some of our visioning
is different. And, we would embrace the idea that we can go look at this stuff. We've learned from it, and we've been there and had these discussions. So it'd be very enlightening, I think, for the commission and for the county to understand what's happening. We don't have very good crystal balls. So what I did is I worked with the department heads and said, okay, I'm going to try and project 5, 10, and 20 years. And who knows what's going to happen in 20. And 5 is kind of pretty easy to guess because things don't change quite that quickly. But 10, I think would be a real litmus test as to how accurate those guesses were. I suspect in some cases they're pretty bad. I think things have changed quite differently. In others, I think maybe they're not so much. But some of the things that happen in these buildings that I should talk about are the ancillary things that don't house people that create need. And that doesn't necessarily have to be expensive space, but it's space that needs to be in the right place. Rich has voting machines that consume lots of space. They need to be secure. They need to be in an environment that is controlled with HVAC and so forth. And they need to be in an environment that they can be serviced from, worked on and looked at. Right now, that's not the case. They're in a very compromised place. The county extension folks, they need less space for bodies than many departments, but they have lots of resources that they need to take into the communities they serve and support their efforts of teaching. So those kinds of storage needs don't need to be exotic kinds of space and therefore not terribly expensive space. They need to be conveniently located. And they probably need to be on first floor spaces where they can be accessed and moved. But they take a little different position on the higher echelon of space needs that we have. When we look at the Plaza Riley County building, office building, as I mentioned, it started life as a part of the Warren Hotel complex. It had a bridge, which many of you are probably aware of, that spanned between the hotel and the second floor dance floor. So residents of the hotel could stay indoors and come over to the dance floor. I don't know what that was like. I don't even know if there's photographs of that, but it'd be interesting to learn more. Cheryl may know.
I don't know if there's photographs either.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Well, so that's that building, and it's got a few structural problems. It's got some HVAC problems. A lot of people aren't very comfortable in their work environment because of the heating and air conditioning, and that's typical. Lots of places. It's not just in your space. As I mentioned, this building, which was chock full of heavy switchgear, has been adapted. As best it can be in a lot of ways. I remember when I talked to the emergency management director, he had a big wardrobe thing in his office with all of the firefighters' uniforms hanging on it and stuff because he didn't have another place to put them. And so there were compromises like that. One of the compromises that I remember most vividly was the county corrections program. That serves a lot of people, does drug testing. And at that time, and maybe there's been a change that I'm not aware of, but at that time, there wasn't much security and there wasn't much privacy. And in fact, one of their most emergent needs was to have a waiting area to separate juveniles from adults in the programs they serve. And I think that's really, really critical. Having these 3 buildings complicates things because of security control. it's very, very difficult to monitor the entrance and exit of 3 buildings. You know, in the visioning that we did about a new building, part of what drove that is that we could control everybody that got in and have a real secure building. And there's ways to do that. And I'm not suggesting it has to be a new building in a single secure situation, but there are special things we need to worry about. When we did City Hall's expansion and addition and renovation, we were embarking on that at a time when security was just becoming an issue. We'd always been rural America, bad stuff doesn't happen. And about the time we began the design, somebody walked into a city hall in Iowa and shot somebody over their water bill. So that changed the world for our city hall. If you notice, you arrive and you're greeted and you're really pretty carefully controlled as to how you move through the building. The other thing is that these buildings are not very legible. And what that means, of course, is that the community that you're serving can't quite figure out who's on which floor of which building. And that makes it very difficult and somewhat confusing for them. And it also makes it more complex for them to access the services they need. I think right now it's good that Richard's office, county clerk, is across from the county treasurer. There's things that have been thought out. The appraiser is kind of remote, and it's my understanding that the appraiser's office is one of those places that irate folks sometimes show up at. So having security at the appraiser's office is, I think, quite critical moving forward. The church. The church is an interesting building in the sense that there was first a sanctuary, and then that was replaced by another sanctuary, and then it was, which was removed, demolished, and then it was added on to somewhat episodically. I think their original sanctuary, Sunday school edition, and then there was another edition in 1962 that put this concrete statement, the folded plate, we call it in architecture, and the stone in the front. And in some ways, that was a pretty good way to handle it in that time in the 60s. But there's 4 floors, 5 stairs, and there are there's a need for addressing how best to reassign that building so that you're happy with it, not just now, but 15, 20 years from now. One of the things that we talk about is whatever we do in terms of these kinds of planning exercises, we should keep in mind that we don't want to build any roadblocks for the future. We don't want our clients to say 10 years from now, well, I wish we wouldn't have done that. Or I wish we would have thought about that a little differently so it could have played into the whole. And that is hard to achieve because everything costs money. And it typically costs much more money to do it right the first time. And so I think that revisiting this study is exactly what should happen. The sanctuary of the church is a sloping floor. And so it sort of wants to be an assembly space unless it can be reconfigured. There's open space in the basement, which could be open office space. And that's an interesting part of our discussion today. And I won't take a lot more of your time, but an interesting part of the discussion is what has COVID done to us in terms of open office space that had become so popular because of collaboration and all those things. And how are we going to think about that in the future? The New York Times today announced that because of the resistance of some folks to take the vaccine, that we probably aren't going to hit herd immunity, and we're likely to be stuck with an ongoing issue. That would, I've always sort of hoped in my mind that, okay, this was a horrible thing, it was a pandemic, it was like the Spanish flu, it's over, let's move on. But that article today is telling me that, well, maybe that's not going to happen. So what I'd like to do is turn it over to my associates and ask them if they'd like to come up and make a few comments, and then we'll field questions. Sure. Thank you.
Just really briefly, again, my name is Patrick Schaub, and one of the things that we always try to put in place when we do a planning study like this is to develop what we refer to as an operational model for this type of facility. And we sort of look down the road and see how your services are working not only amongst itself, but how you're interfacing with the public, how they can access those services most efficiently, which is really a critical part of your role being a servant position as you all are, serving the community, to make it less intimidating, more inviting, more open and transparent for folks to access the services that they need to provide. So we develop a model on how that's sort of parts to work, how the cogs are going to fit together in the machine. But as Brent mentioned, now that we're 10 or more years beyond the initial studies of this, and lifestyles have changed, work styles have changed, it's likely that the operational model for this needs to be something different than we had anticipated initially, especially since we've had such leaps in technology and the issues that we found with this pandemic. So I just reiterate the fact, I think that it's time to take another critical look at the operations with staff involvement, those decisions that are made toward that additional or that eventual operational model, so that we're providing the best possible solution, not only for your staff, but for the people that need to access those services on a daily basis. We're all trying to do the best we can at providing those services, and though the physical environment that providing them is only one part of it, it is a critical part, because it's the way that people have that exchange between what you can provide and what they're needing to access. So with that, I think this is a prime opportunity and a good time to relook at the master plan effort.
Hi, I'm Aaron Dyke. This is a minor comment to tag on to those two. I'm reminded that when I was involved in this study, the farmers market was still meeting in the parking lot across the street. And of course, they're not now. That was a driver at that time, because there's a real feeling to stay hands off of the farmers market and support it as a community function. I only mention that because there was early conversation of where if a new building comes, where should it go? And that was sort of a reason that parking lot was not considered at the time.
I don't have anything else to add.
Well, thank you for your time today. Are there questions that you'd like to ask us? Yes, sir.
You indicated maybe a new study, but the building right now, there's no electric, there's no plumbing, there's no heating and air. The buildings don't last long with no conditioned spaces, and delaying it only lets the building deteriorate farther.
Right.
Or how does that play into waiting to try to do another study?
When I say another study, I don't want to infer that this is for naught. I'm saying that it could quickly be updated. what I'd like to have is access to some of those same people that I talked to and some of the new ones that have replaced them. And find out how valid was this? And I'd like to take a new look at the church. When we looked at the church, there wasn't a lot of enthusiasm about adaptive reuse of the church. And so we should look at it with a whole new sort of perspective. And I agree with you. The longer it is left unattended, the less likely it becomes that it's a great opportunity. But having said that, I think it's important to weave that into the discussion. Aaron's point was an interesting one about the farmers market. Really beyond the farmers market, the idea is we need a certain amount of space someday to build a comprehensive facility. And we thought back in the day that those parking surf spots might be that opportunity so that this parking lot could be more of a park-like space and the support space would be on that parking lot. Back 10 years ago, parking garages were an unheard of term here. That's no longer really the case. And many of our urban projects incorporate parking at least as much to replace the surface parking within the footprint of the building. So I think the city owns 3 of those lots or 4, and the county owns 1. I'm not sure how it works, but there could be a partnership considered to perhaps more efficiently utilize that land. It didn't seem to be in the cards last time because we did talk about it. Yes.
Yes, I've been in and out of the church many times and looked at it with various people. And I look at the original sanctuary, and I know you looked at that very carefully. And if anything, that area, it would look structurally sound, and I'm not a structural engineer, but it looks really structurally sound. I haven't seen evidence of water damage or past this point after a couple of years. What do you think would be the possibility of actually like gutting the interior and, maybe not using the 2 spaces as they are, the 2 additions, but maybe bringing the floor down in the sanctuary? Who knows what kind of space we could get. I know the courts are in real serious dire need, but looking long-term, we've changed a lot as far as how we work. And so I think that a new study is important looking.
Yes.
Well, we've got over 70 licenses for people to work remotely in the county. So I mean, those are things that are really important. I think we ought to look at, and I appreciate your comments. I think that's.
Yeah, thank you. I agree that we ought to revisit it with a more holistic look at our renovation of that building. What we did last time was we looked, and we did plans of it. We looked at removing lots of interior partitions where we could, but of course we had to pay careful attention to the structural elements of those 3 disparate pieces. And we did, and there is a way to make usable space. We did not configure it in lots of private offices because we didn't know who would go where, but we knew we could accommodate them if that's the direction. It felt more likely 10 years ago that there would be more open office workstations. And again, COVID may have changed that. We did not look at taking the sloping sanctuary floor out and trying to build 2 flat floors, a basement and 2nd floor. And we can look at that. Maybe cost estimator who does that daily, looks at those kinds of things, and wouldn't take a lot for him to give us some idea. We'd have to put some new substructure within the volume to pick up beams and so forth and trusses or joists. But that's done every day. So, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't think there's a big burden of cost to update the study or to take a more complete look at the church. I really don't. Back when we did this, it was over like 7 years, 6 or 7 years. And it was done episodically. You know, the first question was that church was anything, what do we have? What's this building had windows that were falling out, it had asbestos, it had mold. And so there's a certain urgency as each one of these various issues unfolded. That's kind of how we got here. But I think most of this stuff is still valid. It's just about what's happening to the workforce.
Thank you.
Well, just by looking at the buildings, not as an architect, but as a contractor, and I worked for a masonry contractor for 9 years, so I noticed that.
Yeah.
If you look, and they said that the original sanctuary was made, I think even the same architect that Carnegie and Courthouse were similar. If you look at I look at the masonry more than most probably. The Courthouse and the Carnegie, they've got alternating, looks like, and I didn't measure, it looks like 10-inch stone and then 4-inch, they're alternated. The sanctuary building had that same type of stone. But when they put the additions on, they didn't do that. Well, for one thing, the 1930s edition did a different stone pattern. The 1960s did a different pattern. Again, there's 3 different patterns, 3 different types of stone on the building, so it's not a uniform building. The part that faces the parking lot in the area, it's all just 8-inch courses, all of it the same. And I guess you said the office building, when they did that, the courthouse office building, it's not quite as exaggerated. It looks like maybe 8 and 4 or something, but at least it's alternating. The older buildings all have complete stone headers. The new one doesn't. They just got an angle. You know, it's not I don't see the purpose of the building. It doesn't match the rest of the courthouse. That 60s edition, 60s, it's 1960s, not 1860. It's not historic. But as far as redoing the sanctuary, they give us a picture of what the front of the original building, and it did look real nice, but that's not there.
Right.
It'd take a lot of work to rebuild the front of it's is almost all gone, and even the north side, an awful lot of that's gone. But there's 2 sides of the building that are intact. The rest would require a lot of work to put it back to match the other buildings.
I hear what you're saying. And no matter what happens, it's not going to look monolithic if we preserve it. But I'm not sure that's all bad. The preservationists, and I consider myself one because we've done lots of preservation work. And on this project, Brenda Spencer, preservation architect, is part of our team. We redid the Junction City Opera House. And that was a building, you know, and they're downtown. And that was a building that was originally built of brick by some guys from Kansas City, the architects. And it caught fire. It caught fire in the back where the flag outlet was. And it burned the back off. And so they hired J.C. Holland guy again. And he said, I don't like brick. I'm going to make the back half out of stone. So if you ever look at that building, it's pretty sort of wacky because the front of the building is really ornate brick and suddenly it just sort of becomes stone. The preservationists would tell you that, well, that's okay. You need to leave it that way. So it still tells the story of what it experienced. And I can understand that. I think that there's an intellectual exercise in understanding what's worth preserving and what's not. And I think part of it is the aesthetic that you're speaking of. Are these things compatible? And I think that's really a discussion, an informed discussion to put before the client. So I think you all would be the person that would ultimately wind up with that on your desk is am I going to be okay with the way this looks if it's preserved in a certain manner? I wouldn't be surprised if the best recommendation for the church building were to leave portions of it and not other portions. I mean, I'm not going to go there and say that's what ought to happen, but again, it doesn't take a long time for us to explore those ideas on paper and to put pencils to the cogs. But it's really expensive to make a mistake and do something with bricks and steel that you don't like later. So that's really the challenge I think you face is you need to be really sure that whatever you do with that building or any of these is for the long term.
Like I say, just to me, there's a lot of buildings that I don't think are very attractive. The style of that's just, I like the older style.
Yeah.
And I'm not against old buildings. The house I live in is over 100 years old, so I'm not against old buildings.
Yeah, we feel similarly. Our office down here at Long Point was built in 1884. And we're just getting ready to have a little bit of the stone replaced.
Yeah.
But that's been it for all those years. Well, again, thank you. It's been a pleasure to speak with you.
Thank you for your time this morning.
You bet.
Well, I guess for me, because I haven't said anything yet, my biggest deal is space versus economics and how that applies here. I don't like the idea of piecing all this together. I feel like we're going to end up nickel and diming the majority of this. As you're aware, I didn't vote to purchase this property for many of the reasons that we were discussing today, but it is what it is. But how do we incorporate the other two buildings? Because if we make a commitment here, we're going to have to make a commitment to these two buildings. There's no getting around it for space. And, at some point in time, how much are we going to spend to accomplish, who knows, in terms of the actual square footage, updated or not updated at this particular point in time. That's an element that I got to look at. And one other element that's not combined in this is the need for IT. You're starting completely over from a foundational approach on that building and probably updating the other two buildings. There's a cost associated with both of those as well. I feel like from my perspective, the two additions on there just aren't going to be worthy. At least when you take the fiscal and the economical side of that. The original building then doesn't provide the adequate space, probably even with the new study that it's going to be required to keep everything down here in congruent, regardless of remote working, so on and so forth, because there are some other spaces that aren't going to be personnel required that are still going to be very, very important to the process. So I don't know where you go from there, specifically on there. The idea of maybe moving across the street at some point in time is an intriguing one. I don't know what all that would entail. So then basically everything we're doing over here would be a little bit more parking type related, where you could have a lot more green space and usable outdoor space, which I think is important. That's probably something to consider moving down the road. But once again, that requires a new facility, new design, and actually getting that approved and accomplished. But I do still feel, from my personal perspective and viewing the facility, particularly on the inside, several times as I have since it was purchased, that maybe this particular place has kind of outused its usable life. I also feel in the amount of time that we've had this study and we've talked about this back and forth and put all these things in place, would have been an optimal time for another entity to come in and purchase that property and do something with it, much like several other ones, and that didn't happen. And once again, I think that's usable space compared to economics and finance. And as a public entity, we do have to take that into consideration when making these type of decisions. That's what we do. And I'm just not seeing that balance here. That's just from my perspective. So, and then going to leave that up to further discussion.
No, like I said, that existing building, even reconfigured, doesn't offer what they expected to be future needs.
And I think any study at this point in time is probably going to indicate that.
The size of it hasn't changed.
No.
And I realize our needs may have changed. And I know this building is not very useful. It's, for an office building, it's not. People even have trouble finding the door. You know, it's the entrance to the building is kind of obscure.
I've case study in here that I spoke of in Dallas, and I might take a look at that. I mean, to me, that was a really smart adaptive reuse of an existing building like this, because it was built for all the strength and
plenty strong.
Yeah, it's not utilized. Okay, well, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Richard.
So I guess the question then becomes, where does that leave us?
I would like to say, well, you know what, I like to see further study, whether it's the architects or, you know, to see what short-term kind of study, not necessarily revisit everything, but see if there's something we can do.
But I think while revisiting it, we have to revisit everything. That's kind of the point. We can't just say, well, it might work for this, but comprehensively, it's got to be able to work for everything.
Right.
And that's the part that I've tried. Rich will tell you, I've had, I don't know how many conversations with him about this since we purchased it. I've tried to visualize that. And honestly, I can't see it. It's not my goal or want ever to destroy historic property or buildings at this point in time. It's not something that appeases me, but
1960s is not historic.
Yeah.
Well,
kind of depends on who you talk to, maybe. But in terms of this particular building in addition, yeah,
younger than me.
Yeah, not younger than me, but I see your point, and that's something to take into consideration. And I viewed it the first time in June. I looked at what I call mazes. That's what it looks like to me, in and out of there, and I just couldn't visualize how structurally, if you just get it down to four walls, how that's going to work and how that's going to incorporate with everything else. It's a real conundrum. It really, really is. But I'm not seeing a path forward with this. That's just me. So.
well, what is like Brett was saying? He did said he could do a short term kind of
what's short term
process to look at. I don't know.
In the meantime, we also have a deteriorating building that we're responsible for fiscally and keeping up, liability in case something happens to it. Pests can get in there, other populations of things can get in there. When does that become not a return on investment as well? And how long in that process are you willing to go to that before we may get to that point anyway? Because inside it's not really in good shape. It's just not. And that's because it really hasn't been used or maintained properly and probably almost the amount of time that we're talking about. So that's not our fault. That's something that just came with the situation. So.
Well, you talked about this, someone else want to take it and use it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
the
county's been talking to them about buying that building for how many years?
Since 06.
Over a decade.
Yeah.
So and nobody else has jumped forward
They
saying,
thought they
we
had
want
it sold previously at a church and they backed out. And actually, the discussion about, moving county offices over to City Park has been discussed and evaluated. Then you just spread things out more if you continue to use the courthouse and so, Brent's exactly right on. One thing we hate doing is giving people what I refer to as the government shuffle. We have people coming into one building and it's difficult enough at 3, so then you're gonna add a 4th to it and just the adjacencies, and the commission knows. Yeah, you can gain a space by remodeling the original church, but you haven't addressed the space needs. And then to do it in the future, after you spent, at that time, it was almost 18 million to redo the whole facility. So it probably wouldn't be that much to do just the original, which cuts the amount of square footage you gain in half of the original structure.
At about probably a third of the cost at this point in time.
Then at some point in time, how much does that land cost you to build the next facility, a fifth facility, to address office needs?
Yeah, that's what I thought, because like I say, I don't see a point to all the additions. The original building, it would be expensive to rebuild all that stone, because you can't do modern, so you're gonna have to make it look right. I know he talked about adding different parts of the building, but I don't think we're gonna do that. To build that front and the north side back how it needs to be, we would have some square footage, not near enough what we needed, but it also takes up space. So if we wanted to add on, build another building, we're limited. There isn't that much room to do.
You need a bigger footprint.
Yeah,
Is the problem.
it chews up a part of the footprint that you can't get back.
So then you have to, and if you've made that much of a commitment to that facility, you've already decided you're staying down here, so then you're going that way or buying the old crumbs for an additional footprint plus.
Something else that may potentially come open in the midst of that. Maybe, yeah, same principle.
Mhm.
Well, I say,
There's nothing wrong with taking another look at the building.
But
I mean, I think the
For what
public
point?
would agree with us on that as opposed to tearing it down.
But what if we spend all that money and the consensus is to do that anyway? Then what return on investment did we get back out of that? Because he didn't clearly say that was going to be the case or not the case.
Yeah.
How much do we involve? I mean, I don't know how much we have into it already, but a sizable amount. It's probably going to take pretty close to that equal amount probably to update it, I would say. So where are we getting the proper return on investment on that?
Well, I mean, the really question is the original facility can be saved and renovated.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely can be. But does that meet your needs?
Yeah.
It won't meet your needs right now, let alone in the future.
Yeah, and the future is the most important part at this point.
And one thing that's been underemphasized, Brent addressed a little bit, was security.
Yeah.
One of the primary functions for one facility was security, because trust us, it's more than just the appraiser's office that has security needs once a month at least, with a taxpayer or just most recently someone living in the stairwell of that old church facility. So security was the primary reason why one facility was emphasized and developed, and plus adjacencies for departments. Because honestly, the appraiser's office could honestly be located and register deeds closer all on one floor for the clerk's treasurers, because we shuffle customers in between them so much. And we would be divided up even more if you just do the sanctuary and want to give one of us more space. And as you said, it's not adequate right now, having our election equipment over here and staff and for security. That's not only state security, but federal security requirements.
Well, it would meet some of our needs, but not all of our needs. And as far as vagrants, the one person that was in there in the coldest part of the year.
We've had a couple. It's not just been one.
Well, he was there the coldest part of the year, but since he took residence up here, he was just here 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
In the building, caused some trouble, and police had to be called.
But that wasn't over at the other property, but anyway.
So where do we want to head with this?
Could we get an estimate on what Brent would, like a proposal on what it would cost us to just do a quick look at?
If you do an estimate, I'm going to want a time frame on that estimate
Yeah.
too, because there's other costs included in that. And in the meantime, we still got to spend CIP dollars to maintain a structure that on the inside is not in good shape. It's just not in good shape. And then, once you get past the study, let's say the study does say, oh, we can rebuild it. We can adequately provide space in the short term, probably not the long term. I think that's pretty obvious. And how long does it take to actually put together a proposal to actually get to that point? And what's going to happen is we don't have enough money probably in CIP or other means to do that. So it's going to have to be a bond issue. Does that pass? I don't think the plans are in here are going to pass to start with, to be honest with you, because the largest of it and the price tag. But so then where are you at? You've gone through that entire process and you've ended up right back at square one again.
And what I've suggested to the board, before you renovate a building that's not even usable, get this one caught up to speed first. We're millions of dollars behind on this one. Almost every window's about ready to fall out.
Yeah.
The windows he talked about falling out in 2012.
They're still here.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I hear them every time I'm in here at night. It's windy. So
And the mold that's downstairs along with the standing water in the basement.
we
it's
obviously
still
have a HVAC issue as well. That's probably 6 digits plus at some point in time. It's not an easy discussion either way. And there's probably not a win-win really either way moving forward. But
And I think it's important for the public to know is, it was never intended as a quick solution to buy it, demolish it, and then all of a sudden in a year, you're gonna have a new administrative facility. It was just to have the footprint for future. Like I've told the commissioners and other department heads, I don't see a new administrative facility in my tenure here.
Yeah.
But we, as elected officials, we're responsible to plan for the taxpayers, not only now, but in the future.
so I'm circling back around again. Where does that leave us?
Well, again, as I said, even if the interior could be done, I guess we could do that. I'm not convinced it could be. But still, I don't think the outside that match either.
Well, I think for historical purposes, I don't know where that would leave us at either in terms of being able to get any type of tax credits or anything else to help offset. But I still think over the course of time, we're not offsetting enough to clearly make up the need for actual space. And that's what's different for me. If we could do that and we can get all the square footage that we needed and make it work for 20 years or something as we've done with this, that might be a different story, but I don't see that happening here. I just don't.
And we have looked at tax credits and worked on them for this facility here. Cheryl worked on us with the windows and stuff with Lonnie and Leon and stuff.
It's definitely possible to use tax credits for these windows.
And so it's possible, but, I think it'd be a different discussion if that original facility was in pristine condition.
Mm-hmm.
What I feel so many times when we've been through this discussion, it's like the counties get blamed for the condition the facility's in, and we're expected to correct all the wrongs over decades. You can do it, but it's still never gonna look, as Greg's point, like the original old structure, because you're not gonna find the exact rock. It's gonna be a different facade on a third of that building. That's the difference between your friend, the dean, that had come and talked about a couple facilities that had been redone. Those didn't have additions to them that had to be demolished. Their original exterior structure looked the same.
And I think they also have a little bit more capital to work with at that particular point in time, which kind of configured into both the design and ultimately the construction of it.
And on the engineering,
we kind of don't.
Well, they did the engineering one that had the engineering and the architecture in it. Yeah, they redid it, but then they've since built 2 or 3 different engineering facilities because it didn't meet their space needs.
Yeah.
Space. They got donations.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
true.
do a lot
We're
of
not, I don't think we're gonna get,
Yeah.
we're not gonna get donations.
Not substantial enough, probably anyway. Yeah, very true.
It's getting late. I think we need to continue the conversation with maybe a public meeting and see what the public has to say.
I think we've been getting pretty much a lot of feedback from the public coming both directions. I think ultimately that decision comes down to us and what we need to do with that. And we've had plenty of opportunity for public comment, and I always encourage that in a couple of discussions that we have. I don't know if it's not gonna change. It's not gonna change where we're at in this process. I mean, is there something significant outside of that that we need to maybe look at one time? Get a specific discussion on, that would be fine. Or we've pushed this out we've pushed this out past 2 commissions now. So at some point in time, a direction's gonna have to be made one way or the other.
Like I say, the additions just don't work. But I don't know what, and I don't know. Because I mean, I didn't tear apart walls to see what's there of the old building, whether there's anything there to repair. But again, if you did that, it's just a partial fix, and we still gonna have to build another, something else somewhere else. And then then we're gonna have 5 buildings or something scattered.
Where do you put the 5th building?
Yeah, if it ends up in the parking lot, then you've got to.
We don't own the parking lot.
Yeah. Then I forgot about that part of it too. Until I mentioned it.
It isn't even ours park.
Because that discussion involved asking the city about purchasing that and swapping them land over here for a parking lot. So it wouldn't be that we would own both.
Oh.
The original discussion, because the city's not gonna give up all their parking down here. So you're gonna have to replace it.
So basically we end up probably in worse shape on that one, considering. So.
Who was it, Brent's associate, what was his name?
Dan and Patrick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they all, yeah, you're not part of that.
Yeah.
What was your name again?
I'm Aaron.
Aaron, okay, you had done work on the church before.
Yeah, Dan was the one that really dug into the church as far as understanding the 4 additions, where the floor heights were, and what sort of stairs and elevators you need to bring it up to code compliance today. And those are the plans that are in that study there, but
And that's,
to your point, they're conceptual plans.
yeah, and probably very expensive conceptual plans, and still doesn't get us back to our original need of usable space in the present and the long term. And that's the difference in this equation for me. I've got to feel comfortable that we're making up that difference, and even looking at those, it leaves us in, if I'm looking at it right about 40,000 square feet. So then we come back to, do you get 40,000 square feet somehow reconfigured into the other buildings? And what's the cost of that? Or what's the cost of building a new building to cover that 40,000 square feet? And then how do you reconfigure everything? That's the challenge.
But remember that 40,000 short included using the whole thing.
Right, yeah.
With the additions.
But I'm saying, even if you could squeeze out square footage and one of the 2 other, that's even if, that's the key word there, of the other 2 buildings to make up the difference, both for the short term and the long term. And that's where the fork meets the road for me.
And just remember, all of that square footage was analyzed in there. So there was no other square footage in the existing buildings.
That's why I said even if.
In that last retreat that was done, that Richard provided us, they had their top priorities in the emergency services, and second, the courts. What planning has been going on as far as emergency services? Looking there, here, whatever. This would probably, over here, the sanctuary would probably take care of the courts. It doesn't take care of emergency services. So what kind of planning has there been things going on for that?
Well, not during my time, really. There's been conversation. Of course, a new EMS facility, I think we've all discussed, as the top priority at this particular point in time.
EMS and emergency.
Right, emergency management would just be EOC space and trainable space, or a conference space that could be used when it's not being used for that particular purpose. But I don't know in that consulting work if you can take that office and get that over there or not. Maybe you can. I don't know at this point in time. That's something.
But they don't have that much space here. Management.
But if you talk to them, they'll tell you they need more space.
I know
that's what they're right. So I don't know how that incorporates into that particular plan, but that's something that probably needs to be discussed as we develop a strategy, and we've already discussed that we need to develop that strategy. So that's
Right.
obviously part of that discussion. The fact that we have combined fire and emergency management and emergency communications kind of under one umbrella may potentially tighten up that space a little bit, but that's just because but we didn't necessarily decrease personnel in that particular instance either. And that's the key. What happens with that personnel? Do they need workable space? How much workable space? Can they split time between the office and remote? Or I don't know what those options are, but that's about as far as that conversation has gone, at least in my time here. Rich could probably fill you in before.
Well, I know something that gets thrown out there is because it is new COVID and working from home, but the bottom line is they can work from home, but at some point in time, they're gonna be in the office. And you're not gonna lose any square footage because they're not gonna share a space with someone. They're gonna have their own space to come into. So I don't really contend because no one's gonna work from home 5 days a week, every day. So they're gonna have to come back to an office at some point in time. So you're gonna still need the square footage.
Is it, have we had anyone that is
Permanent work from home?
permanent work from home? We have, and I think people adjusted to that. And there might be a few people that want to do that, but most people, I think.
But people have to realize is we're different than private industry.
Yeah. We can't, they can't go to somebody's house and pay their taxes.
Not yet. I think the technology is going to keep up to where people can stay at home and pay their taxes.
Happens,
Talked about, a technological process that's being added to that equation just this morning. So it's not undoubted to think that's not going to happen at some point in time. And it would be nice just to have a couple of quick buttons and boom, it's done and off the table. And hopefully somewhere down the road that happens, but still somebody still has to work on the other end of that. And we still maybe don't know officially what that's going to look like yet, right? Does that information go to somebody who is at home? Does that information go to somebody who's working in an office, or both? Rich is kind of right. You can combine multi-use space that can be used by anybody, that may be working on a Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and the other one comes in and uses that same space on a Tuesday and Thursday, but the space still has to be there. So I hope that as we develop our comprehensive plans overall, not just talking about down here, that some of that gets facilitated and gets a little bit more clear as to where that. I do think that the younger generations are going to prefer remote work, and to get the best of that possible talent, that's something that's going to have to be taken into consideration, but doesn't really help us right now as we try to formulate a plan for what those needs are moving forward. And once again, it was stated that there's some needs that aren't personnel related, storage of equipment, court related services that back up actual court trials that, unless they really change, particularly federal and district laws, are still going to have to be done in person for obvious reasons. So you don't really gain much there, I don't think either. And that's still something to take into consideration, particularly considering what we're discussing this particular space for. So once again, not an easy choice, but if I had my druthers about it, I know Rich will disagree with me. I really kind of wish maybe we hadn't purchased this property at this point in time, but
not an option.
That was a democratic process played out. It is what it is, and here we are. So
I'm just not.
Unless you want to put a for sale sign out
Yeah,
in front of it.
But there has been a for sale sign on it. That's the irony. The irony.
Well, that's true, yeah.
There's basically
Nobody
been
else
a
wanted it.
nonchalant for sale sign on it for about 14 years now. And that's my point. If somebody, particularly a private entity, was going to pick up on that and do something with it, they would have. If it was usable space for the church that was in it before, or some other church related facility, they would have picked up on it, and they didn't. And I think that speaks volumes about how that was established, and still leads me to believe that it's maybe reached its useful course. I don't know.
And I would say, although no proof, but it's been out there on the market, it would kind of tell you the shape the facility was in did not attract a lot of private interest for a reason. And if there is private interest, it'll probably end up looking like the facility right across the street from it.
Yeah.
which is an apartment.
Yeah, the
Brick
community.
apartment.
Well, yeah, it came out pretty good the way they did that, but, I'm just not comfortable to tear it down at this point without further study.
What would the study show that would change?
Well, what could be done with it that might, at least alleviate some of our space problem?
But I think we're at a point where we need to be able to alleviate all of our space problems. I've thought of that same thing. I've talked to Rich several times. Well, what if we use it temporarily to move some office stuff around for the courts or this or that? But once again, at some point in time, we're going to circle back around to the original point that's got us here, and that is how to properly define that both in the short term and the long term. And that's, once again, for me, that's the fork in the road here.
This facility here was purchased for temporary space needs.
When was that purchased?
Oh, boy, I don't remember. We rented it for 3 years. An RCPD was housed in here, and that's when we decided to buy it because we bought it for about the same price as the rent we paid for 3 years. And so.
Late 80s, early 90s?
Oh, no, it was definitely mid to late 90s.
Okay. So I guess 20 years is temporary. In terms of definition.
And we haven't addressed the millions of dollars of needs that need to be done in here.
Yeah. Or over across the way as well.
Well, as we told you, when the appraiser's office just had their last remodel, they remodeled 3 or 4 times, but to try and gain efficiencies, but you don't gain those square footage in remodel.
When was and this is a part of it, just curiosity, brought up that was a Wareham building.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There was brick and they just added the stone to it.
Stone facade.
Some face to it at some point.
I think that was 83 or 84.
Oh, really? I didn't remember.
I think somebody mentioned that was the same time they kind of changed around the courthouse plaza over there, so that would make sense.
But maybe I was wondering when that happened. I don't remember.
I think it was around then. Yeah, that was before my time here.
Okay, I remember seeing the building as it is now.
And people claim you can still feel on that second floor it vibrate because the springs are still underneath that original dance floor up there where we had advanced voting.
Mm-hmm. That's what.
Now, of course, I'm going to pay attention to that.
Mm-hmm.
Don't expect me to dance, though. We will leave that out of the equation.
Oh, I'm going to make a video.
That's not a sight for anybody to see. No, that's not a sight for anybody to see.
Okay, back to, and people say it's a hasty decision. When we got, when I was one again in January, which gave me the booklet, the studies, and said, and from following, getting ready for this last year, following the county commission, I knew that this was something that had to be decided. And I've toured the building, I've read the books, I've, looked at it, and like I said, looked at it as a mason from it,
Me, I started off when we started discussing about the actual purchase of it. So, and that's going all the way back to last late January, February, somewhere in that time frame. So pre-COVID, believe it or not. So, and the advent of COVID was another reason at that point in time where I was uncertain and didn't think this was a good use of funds at that time, but things have worked out as they have on that one. So that is what it is. But I still keep coming back around to this point of usable space versus economics. And it's one that I've not been able to work around. And I don't think, in my opinion, the study is going to change the overall need, both in the short term and the long term. It may provide some temporary solutions. That wouldn't surprise me at all. But I think complexity of the situation requires us to look both in the short term and long term. Now, I don't know if I agree with a 50-year approach necessarily, but certainly a 20 to 25 years should be a really good ceiling. And at that point in time, a whole nother generation of local leaders probably need to look at and address that at that time. But that's what I'm not seeing here. I'm just not.
Well, in that case, I would make a motion that instruct Public Works to start proceeding with the contract, bidding it out for demolition of the building.
I'm going to second that motion. It's been moved for demolition of the First Christian Church property. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. All those against?
Nay.
Okay.
There is one
I was
thing I
gonna say-
want to ask. You know, we don't really have a quote for demolition, but I would like to see if we're going to, the limestone is valuable.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'd
Yeah.
like to see that preserved or whatever we're gonna do with it.
And I would also want to see us put some time, some space in there so everybody can document properly the property, take video, pictures.
For the,
Yeah, for the archive. I definitely want to see that.
And John, you'll probably want to pay attention to this because John will probably have to, when he does a bid for the demolition, if you're looking at preservation of stone, it'll cost more if they're gonna have to go through the time and intricacies of saving stone, because that was something that someone had brought up with the previous board, and Leon Hobson always
And I
said.
think that was Commissioner Wells that brought that up.
Leon Hobson had always
He
said.
wanted to use it for some kind of riff raff or
Use
some
it for
kind of.
riff raff or fill. I think you're wanting to preserve it for construction or
Yeah, for
something, but
future construction,
that will
but-
cost more than
it costs more to,
what
to stay
quoted
there.
you for $150,000 demolition, so you're increasing your, but John, that's something you'll probably have to check on.
That needs to be a part of any bid that we get. What's gonna happen to that?
That's fine with me.
I would suggest two options.
Yeah, that's
Decide
fine.
on if it's worth it.
Somebody may want to use it for something and may want to actually purchase it. And we can save a little bit of it, or it could be, I mean, we've already sold some pews, for instance, out of there
We were
for.
offered the stone to take down a building.
Yeah.
It would cost more to tear it down, clean it, preserve it than it would to go buy new stone.
Gotcha.
Some of the details might be worth sitting on the old
Yeah.
sanctuary, but on the new one, there's nothing there with. So, in my mind.
So the board agreed to consensus to get a bid to include the cost. I mean, we'll have it without, but also one
Yeah.
different preservation of
Options,
some
yeah.
of, I mean, you guys are gonna have to designate which stone,
That's fine.
because there's multiple types of stone.
This isn't one of those decisions I'm overly ecstatic about, but. That's where I'm at here.
Did you order pizza, John?
No, I didn't. Might be one of those days considering, in fact, I was just getting back to the agenda. here.
1:15 is when our next session is,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Okay, cool.
I'd run down to this size.
I've got so much to catch up on, and I need to chat with you on two separate items
Right now?
sometime before 1:15.
Oh, okay. Yeah, before 1:15? Yep. Better do it now.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Was it 15 minutes? Oh, okay.
Right.
That's all right.
Anybody want to sandwich what I need? I'm gonna run over there and wrap on it pretty fast.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm probably gonna run over to AJ's and grab a slice of pizza.
Sure, but I just want to, let you guys know.
Let's say, well, weeks. Well, right. Okay, I'll say it. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. No, right. It's not what it is. It's a vicious cycle. means necessarily. Since we're saying yeah. If we all had a crystal ball. Yeah, right, agreed. Definitely, I'll see you shortly. All right, sounds good.
Well, how are you? You're good. Where do you want to start with? Where do you want to go? Yeah, it's a bit, but yeah, it's good. Some action on that now, but actually that's very based on systems.
Heather said I was getting them to this. Kathy said that, she would really like to know. I said, well, I don't know. It's gonna be an optional, but sign 3 months. So,
Right. Yeah.
if she would like to,
I think it's the best response we can give at the moment. Exception.
just like to know one. I can always get ready to do some quick duties, but I can't. Structure goes, you have to do something. It's a little bit of paper, but I can't. It's a lot.
Right. KDJA board meeting. Acquisition rights that is coming Friday. We're going to change this again, since this year. Additional position. CSOs. Assistant case study.
What, I'm sorry?
Your retirement package ultimately, is it based on percentage of your highest 3 years or?
I'm a K-1, an early K-1, so, I can either do the 3 years, okay, without additional compensation, or I can do 4 years with additional compensation. And that additional compensation will go throws me to a lot higher, benefit salary. Because I will have max my sick leave and vacation. So I'll have $712 additional compensation. Sure. We'll offer that anyway. Those are good times.
I reason we'll look too closely. Yeah.
Well, the judges
Kind
are.
of familiar with the
different
judges,
anyway.
but,
Yeah.
we just kind of said it, I think that was. proper things.
Aren't too many of us left. So, and those of Molly and Michelle won't be because they use theirs so much that it doesn't matter. Now, Kevin. That's a lot, so. I don't know when he really started, because he was with the impressions before. I think so. So I don't know when his key version started. We're both on my 10-year list, 20-year plans this year. But it's just state service that doesn't necessarily mean, because I've got my county service in addition to state, so I have my key is more than just my state service. For some reason, I'm thinking Kevin is kind of like that. That's additional service. Yeah, you got quite a few this year. You got Kevin, that's 20, and then we got some 10s. Here's one, two, we got a couple of others. We haven't received it.
County attorney.
Was they good? I haven't seen the email.
Okay, I just got the email, so
Okay.
something's going on there,
I'm
so.
guessing when I get back to my office, I'll have to get that done.
Okay.
It'll be like an immediate.
Got a long list of emails I didn't even get to touch.
Yeah, me
I
too.
sent one on, Saturday, I think it was, from, the state of Kansas.
Yeah.
Saying to watch for it.
Yeah.
And I watched all.
Judge, how you doing?
Nothing had come, so.
They had NACO had a special teleconference on Thursday, and I didn't get registered in time to check that one out, but, and it wouldn't have.
I'll take as many.
Multiple computers, I can't be able to work sometimes.
Just the opposite of
But
that.
they were talking about it on Thursday, so there was something going on there. So, all
So
right.
then I'm guessing as soon as I get back, then I'll.
Flipping back and forth on us a little bit.
Won't be surprised. You're welcome.
Yeah, that's good. Don't know if we'll actually get on our account today.
No,
but-
it didn't. It appeared they just got everything set up, and there may be some other requirements on our end to get to that point, is what I'm picking up on. So
Well, yeah, that's what the state had said, you have to go in and get your information.
there's another ID, PIN ID, tax ID, so on and so
You have
forth.
to give them your, yeah, you have to give them a copy of your ID.
Yeah.
I was in court this morning, but saw that there was facilities on the agenda this morning. Presentation, I'm sure there are documents, or maybe it's in
No, it was just Brent Bone reviewing what he's originally done in that 2000 study. Okay. Talking about the potential of regional benefits. Side. Just a question of the benefit that they decided,
Well, I mean, just.
Okay.
Still won't work for that, or just haven't had them yet?
Problem is we have to do like one. So.
You get a piece of, slice of pizza.
Yeah.
Now swallowing it.
Just finishing it. And they were not very fast today, so I was eating it on the way back, all the way, walking all the way back.
I was able to get over there and get a custom sandwich, and
Oh my.
get back, to eat it.
Granola bars. I had granola bars.
Yeah.
Tell you that,
I had those on my desk, but I wanted to get.
That's what I had too.
Hy-Vee has the best sandwiches.
You're right.
They're pretty good.
$5 for
Oh, really?
Are you ready?
Sandwich.
Yes.
Okay. We've hit that time of the day here and we've got a long list of budget requests this afternoon, so let's, you get to start us.
Okay, I will. District court's budget for, proposed budget for 2022. As you're aware, we do not have any personnel costs because we are a state of Kansas employees, so there's no personnel costs included. And also the other big item that's not included is attorney fees. And I honestly can't tell you what year that happened, but the attorney fees were absorbed into the general budget way before my time. So they're also not included in our budget here. Our budget is relatively similar to last year. It is an increase, barely over 11,000. We went from 168,175 is this year's budget, and proposed is 179,330. A lot of that increase has to do with technology. We do have more internet service, Splashtop software, and also our legal research subscription went up for next year. But other than that, you will see a couple of relatively large amounts that have changed. The 3032 supplies printers went down $8,000, but on the reverse, the 2410 office equipment went up by $7,000. That has to do with the new copiers that we purchased at the end of the year. We have more maintenance agreements now on copiers. However, by getting rid of a lot of those individual printers, we saved money on the cartridges for those printers. So that's kind of where that deviation is. Other than that, the numbers are real similar. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them for you.
I know it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Like you mentioned that the one I had noticed was subscriptions and then kind of just doubled up. Just you'd have control over that. They just
Right.
jumped their prices.
The main for the subscription is our legal research, and we were with Lexis. We were in a group subscription with the county attorney's office. They've decided next year to get a different legal research subscription. And so we no longer have that group rate. However, we could get in with them again and the county counselor and try to get a better rate with the newer company. And that's what we've done. And that's what those amounts are with Westlaw.
Subscription costs you're going to see has gone up quite considerably just across the board on everything. So I don't know if that's COVID related or probably COVID related versus economic something, but yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Everybody's here? Okay. Appreciate your time this afternoon.
I'll just add a comment or two briefly, Commissioners. Grant Bannister, Chief Judge, Lana's my boss. On that Westlaw, as Lana explained, that's really the direction the county attorney's office wanted to go. I think overall for the county, it may be close to a wash, maybe a little higher, but what it resulted in was our budget going quite a bit higher on that subscription. I think Clancy's may actually decrease since they were on their own and getting to merge in with us for a larger package. So net county, I think it's probably a good deal for the value. It just kind of bore the brunt of on us since we agreed to go in and help them out in that respect. The other item I was gonna just basically talk about though, beyond that, we are in the process, we have been in the process for a lengthy period of time of getting paper records onto electronic. And that's kind of been a back burner project. One of the benefits of the pandemic is that we've moved it up to the front burner at times and made significant headway. But we have requested some additional funds to try to continue to accelerate that in the next year. So it's going to get done sooner or later, but we feel like there's that opportunity at the moment and want to take advantage of what we can. So I think kind of between those two things, that really accounts for our budget increases and the explanations. But we appreciate the support you've given throughout the years and continue to do so. And Commissioner McKinley, Commissioner Hockey, I haven't got to deal with either of you much, which may be good, but
probably better than me.
Anytime that I can share information with you about the court operations or budget or anything else, please let me know. Not to get off topic, I would simply let you know we remain under Supreme Court administrative orders that pandemic related on what we can and can't do in our courtrooms out of precaution, protecting juries, but also litigants of really all types of hearings. And that's resulted in, again, keeping some remote functions that are reflected in our budget that maybe we don't need all of the next fiscal year and can save some money ultimately, but have to plan at this juncture to have them in place and ready. All right, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate both of you.
Next, Commissioner, you have Patrick Gormley at 125.
Okay.
Patrick isn't here. I'm in his stead.
Okay, well, that works. That works.
Can you let me know?
No, at 125, please.
125.
Yeah, we've got a few minutes.
We have briefings at 4 and 6:45 today on it.
Saw that. I got some information from Congressman Mann's office. I'm going to forward over to you. I don't know if it'll help or not. But. Okay, it is officially 1:25, so.
Okay. Okay, I'm Barry Mitchie. I'm the president of the Genealogical Society, and Patrick is our treasurer. He's the one who did the request, and he asked me to come today. It's been a couple of years since I've been down here to do this, and things have changed all except for Rich.
I was thinking I was here the first time around. You look familiar.
Except you were probably, I think you were here maybe the last time I was here.
Yeah, okay.
Right, and I know Commissioner Falk from another context entirely different. Okay, right. We've enjoyed a good partnership with the county for years and years and years, partially because we are the tenants of one of your buildings, which is an historic landmark, the Pat House. And we put a lot of sweat and equity into that building to bring it up to standard when the EMS moved out of it years and years and years and years ago. And we maintain it. And also the other thing is that we provide something that relieves some of the burden off of the county staff in terms of having to look up records. And that is our digitizing of various official documents, probate, property things, and those are all available through us and through our website. Do you have any questions?
No, that's sums it up the same as it was the last time you were here.
It's exactly the same amount that was requested last year. Right.
Any questions?
No?
No?
I just have one short little quip, and Marvin, what was his last name, Gonzalez? Rodriguez. He said, "Oh, you're president of the genealogical." I said, "I did my family history, and hey, I'm related to a Spanish king who was known as El Cid." And I shook his hand and I said, "You're a peasant."
Oh. That 8 degrees of separation isn't always 8 degrees, is
And
it?
it's about seven centuries ago.
Yeah. Wow.
Right.
Well, I know my son-in-law was doing that family history. So he said, and that's when he was military there in Hawaii. He said he was the only he was president of the Hawaii chapter of the Riley County Genealogical Society because he was a member back a couple of years ago.
No, I encourage you, anybody who's interested in exploring their family history, particularly if they have a Riley County or a Kansas connection, we are perhaps I won't say the best, but near the best, if not the top, in terms of the resources that we have. We're an entirely a volunteer organization. Most of us retired on the board, and also the volunteers who work there. I'm a retired K-Stater, as a lot of people are who are on the board. And we just enjoy doing family history. I call it family history rather than genealogy. Is ferreting out the stories are the things that are really most interesting. So, and it's only $30 a year to join.
Hint. Fair enough. Yeah.
Anything else?
I know. Like I said, it's pretty straightforward. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Okay,
Mhm.
well, we
What
look
you guys
forward
do?
to receiving your decision,
Okay,
so. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Eddie Eastus at 135. How's Eddie?
Aren't we all a little different nowadays?
Amen to that, yeah.
We'll be looking forward to next week. Okay.
That was difficult. I had it as a commissioner in our annual association meeting in Lenexa last week, and they don't have the requirement there, and so coming back, it was a real vacation.
Back to something that's relatively normal.
I've told Cheryl Collins multiple times, living in historic times is overrated.
Nice to read that. I always wanted that.
Exactly.
Procedures for broadcasting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Greg, I did not realize they turned the old Calico Inn into a single-family residence. No,
That's next door.
that's next door.
The
Oh,
Calico, they tore down all the building, all that's left is just the front facade of it.
So was that originally a single-family residence there?
Yeah, that house was always in there, yeah.
That's a little unique right there on that section of
Yeah, it
the
is.
Main Street in Riley.
And they just spent quite a bit fixing it up the last year.
Who owns that?
I don't know who does now, because the people who live there were military, and he got transferred. I don't know who's in there now. But the one, the guy that owns the big building, brick on the corner,
Okay.
owns where the Calico was, and he tore off the back of it. And he keeps talking about trying to build something. He just thought the front of it was, the rest of it was falling down, but he wanted keep the front and try to build something onto it, but he says never got that done yet.
Yeah, we were at the farmhouse for lunch yesterday, so
Oh,
saw that. Saw they've done some work on it.
You okay with both of us up here at one time?
Yeah.
Yep, and if you're comfortable when you're speaking, you can take your mask off. I mean, sometimes we can hear, but sometimes out there, people watching cannot hear. It's kind of muffled, so as long as you're comfortable.
Appreciate it.
Okay, and it is 1:35, so you can proceed whenever.
I'm Deb Watkins, the director at the T. Russell Wright's Animal Shelter. And even though lots of things changed in the last year, the number of homeless animals did not change. In fact, adoptions have been great and they've been through the roof, which is really nice getting those animals placed into homes. But we definitely put more animals into our community. And we keep track of we're dispatched through the Riley County Police Department, but we also keep track of the Riley County numbers. And there were at least 50 calls that we were dispatched out to. There were more calls that came in than that, but there were 50 that we went out on. And so just to give you an idea, the types of calls that we go on for Riley County, number one is often bite reports. We all know that's a public health hazard. And we write those bite reports and make sure that all the animals involved have rabies vaccinations and that everyone is safe. And then we turn that into the health department and then also call those veterinarians to clarify that those rabies vaccinations are current in the county. Animals running at large and especially aggressive animals running at large. And this really happens quite often in Riley County because we know that once those farm animals kind of come together as a pack, then they really start running and getting into trouble, especially with livestock. Another thing in the county that we often see are those welfare checks. You know, how long has that dog been tied up outside? You know, are they out of their fence? Again, are they in compliant? Animals, do they have proper care in the winter, especially, you know, if they've been outside for a long period of time, if they have the right cover and protection. So 50 calls that we went out on, which actually equaled up to about 1,431 miles that we put on our vehicles just for out in Riley County. Quite a few calls. Here's our year in review. I'm sorry I didn't bring 4 of them.
Oh, that's okay.
But it's kind of fun to look at the actual numbers and stuff coming in, and this is for all the city of Manhattan and Riley County. Eddie, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I will. I'm Eddie Eastis, the Director of Parks and Recreation, which the Animal Shelter, Animal Control are within Parks and Recreation. If you recall, Mr. Ford, you were here last year. We're not. If you recall last year, I mentioned that it's a little odd that this is a budget request. In 2000, we had an agreement, a service agreement between the city and Riley County for the service that we're providing, the animal control and the animal sheltering service that we provide. We've interacted with Riley County legal over several years trying to get that back in place. We need to get that back in place. Realistically, okay, we're here on a budget request, but this is a service that we're providing, and we need to make sure we clearly understand what service we're providing, what you're requesting, what responsibilities we have, what responsibilities the county has, and we need to get that clearly stated. So I mentioned it last year. I'm saying it again this year. We need to get a service agreement in place. And I think we need to push real hard to get that in place this year because I think we're somewhat at risk, the county and the city both, without a clear understanding of what service we're providing, what service you're receiving. So we're here with a budget request I really think this needs to turn itself into an actual service agreement. I spoke with our legal this morning, and we're going to review the contract that we started working with several years ago, and we're going to push that over here for your legal to review. And again, I really think we have got to get that in place. We've been operating too long. The last agreement I can find is 2000. We've been operating too long without a clear understanding of what we're providing, what you're receiving. And quite honestly, we need to have a little better accounting for our audits as to the money that we're receiving, money that we're receiving in service we're providing. So I'm going to push that hard. I know that City Manager Ron Fear brought it up at City County meeting here recently. So we need to get this in place. So we'll send them over for review. Okay. Okay.
That's good.
And we're happy to answer any questions. 60,000. It's been the last 2 years. I believe it was 65,000 several years ago. I think you reduced it down to 60 a couple of years ago. It's been varied amounts, but it's approximately 10% of the overall budget of the facility. So.
And we do have animal control on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so we are providing that. Yes.
No, okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have a service agreement with Potawatomi County? Because don't you provide services for them as well?
We have various contracts with Potawatomi County, City of Wamego, St. George, Leonardville, Riley, Ogden. So even when we speak of Riley County, those other municipalities within Riley County, except the unincorporated of Keats, we have separate service agreements with all of those.
But you do have one with Pot County?
So, but back to Pot County, we don't patrol Pot County. So we don't take care of any calls in Pot County. It's only that if a city official in Pot County finds an animal that's homeless or stray or whatever the case may be, lots of times it's the sheriff that has to go in and remove an animal for whatever reason, then they bring that animal to us and they pay per animal. So there's no service agreement. It's just they're paying per animal that comes into the shelter.
And so you don't get an appropriation from Pot County anymore because you used to?
No, that, for Excel-Bra, the $10,000.
No.
You don't get an appropriation from Potawatomi County anymore?
No.
It's strictly through that service agreement. And it's spelled out that way.
Yeah.
And that was some of our issue really with Pot County because it was unclear as well what the boundaries were and what could happen and what could not happen. You might also, just to understanding, those agreements with those other municipalities, they pay per animal when an animal comes in. There's no animal control service. It's strictly animal sheltering service. In Riley County, it's much different because any resident of Riley County can bring an animal to the shelter at no cost, as opposed to we charge those other municipalities. It's different, and it's different because Riley County Police Department, which do an awful lot of support. They dispatch us, but we also respond with them if there's an animal related issue any place in the county. And that's a pretty common call. So different services.
You said you have agreements with the cities, with Riley, City of Riley, but but you don't have an animal control agreement though, correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
Why not? The agreement just is there as if they bring an animal in, you'll take it, correct?
Yeah.
But you still charge them. You charge the city of Riley if they bring something in.
Correct. But our ACOs don't go into the city of Riley. They have to determine their own animal control measures. And some of those communities do have a designated person potentially that does animal control, meaning capture.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I was on the Riley City Commission for 10 years. That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
Because I never was clear why. Because, and we never told anybody, but somebody once said, yeah, if you'll chase the dog outside of the city limits, they'll come get it. But they won't come get it if it's in the city limits, which doesn't seem right.
Yeah. Well, we could always expand that service agreement. I mean, there is a cost. We have 3 animal control officers, for all of the county, all of the city. It's quite a task for them. And we have them on 7-day, 24. It's quite a task for them to manage that. And so I think I would really probably be a little bit reluctant to expand our animal control beyond what it is now, which is just 3 staff members. But we need that service agreement, so it does detail our services, and quite honestly, also provide adequate liability for both the person receiving the service as well as us as providing. It's not clearly understood at this point.
Well, I think between both of our legal departments, we can figure that out.
Yeah, so the difference between a service agreement dollar wise and this appropriation, what's the difference between the two of them? Do the services change or what?
I think it's just more outlined in the contract. Yeah. Will the service change?
No. We
Between
don't
the-
expect the service to change unless there's some dramatic language that, is
you guys
needs to be
want.
adjusted.
It's just not in writing. It's been an.
Just remember, you're transferring it between 2 legal departments. That could happen. I'm just saying.
Last draft I saw was 2015.
Yeah. Okay.
So, again, we exchanged back and forth, I believe, and we never got it completed.
Okay.
It's going to be different from the one that was in 2000.
Oh, yeah.
And the only thing that I can find, the city can find, is a copy in the year 2000 that wasn't signed. And so I really don't feel like it's valid at this point. And we need to have something that explains what in reality that we're doing.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Next, Commissioner David Adams.
The mask up here. John, do you need this mask?
Did one of you leave a mask?
No? Okay.
I don't know whose that is.
It's not mine.
Patrick Gormley, maybe.
That might have been.
Oh, you look design.
Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. So I'm David Adams, Chief Ambulance Director, here with my budget request for 2022. I'm not going to read this to you. I think you've had this for a few days now to read, but we'll break it down. First off, looking at our personnel costs. Our personnel costs, the only change in those is just benefits. So, and then anything that Tammy or Elizabeth put in. So, but as of right now, based on what you have in front of you, it's static. So, pretty straightforward there. When you look at our 3 C's, commodities, capital, and contract, again, we're going to maintain, or asking to maintain the same as what we have in 2021. Over the last 3 years, we've been able to reduce it. Up until last year, we've been able to reduce it, and then last year we held steady. We're holding steady again this year. So it's been. We're able to do that. We utilize buying groups best we can. We spend a tremendous amount of time researching some of the products that we buy, so especially some of those that we buy quite a bit, and try to find the best deals that we can get. So, there's really no change there. We've moved some monies around inside of that as our needs change and as our department changes. But that bottom line is the same. If you'll see under revenue, we've adjusted up a little bit on our revenue projections, and those are just projections. There are so many different variables that go into revenue. Call volume, the number of transported miles, the payer mix, event standbys, things such as those that really we don't have much control over. But I'm very comfortable with that $1,133,000 for client services, which is insurance. So we have a very good, we work with a very good group, Omni Billing, and they give us good, fast turnaround. And we believe we're getting the best we can get for our money. So, so our total of revenue is $1,203,688. So, again, part of that is those standbys, but we've also been able to sign up and utilize some of the different opportunities, if you will, through Blue Cross and Blue Shield. We get an increase, a bump if we signed up to do electronic payments and things like that. So we've utilized those that are available to us at this point. So, but yeah, total number of employees is the same, has been since we've come over from the county, or from the hospital to the county. So salaries, when I looked at salaries, PRN salaries and overtime, we're down 4% from this time last year. That is, we continue to work on what we can do to keep our costs low. And I appreciate Tammy and Elizabeth. Elizabeth has really empowered me to make some changes. And I feel I've been comfortable making those changes, knowing that, she helped me. Our administrative staff, mainly Josh and Alex, they pick up time. They cover captains if they can during the weekdays, if their schedules allow. But if we have somebody who's gone for a few hours, instead of bringing in overtime or bringing in a part-time person, then if their schedules allow, then they act and role as a shift supervisor. Things like that we've done throughout the last few years have really continued to help us run as lean of a department as we can. And I think we've done very well with that. So you'll notice that we've reduced our overtime by about $29,000 this year because of some of those lean processes that we've put into place. Do you have any questions for me?
I want back on revenue.
Okay.
On standby, what is all,
Those are event standbys for high school football games, K-State athletics.
Any of those, we send a bill for all of those.
Yes, sir.
The high school, and then also some special events and stuff.
Yeah, it depends on some of these events. So sometimes they want an ambulance dedicated to them, so we bill them for that.
Oh.
Others, if it's they say, well, if you can have a crew here, but if they leave, that's fine. Then we use an on-duty crew and we don't bill for those.
Oh, okay.
So, but yeah,
that's how you feel like the rules were. I'm just curious
sure.
how that works.
Yeah, any time that they want a dedicated ambulance to that event, then we bring in either PRN staff or rigging staff for overtime, but they're billed for that and they cover that cost.
Questions?
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Next question, we have Julie Gibbs at 155.
Give a quick minute.
Wow. Today. Yeah.
How's Michael?
Good morning, sir. How are you, Rich?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Michael, the new guy.
Someone to keep an eye on you today?
Yeah.
Susan says that's me.
He's the next top.
I am, I'm a cheerleader.
Good deal. Welcome aboard.
You guys have had a bit of a busy day today.
Long day there, yeah. Long day, some big items.
Yes, sir. I get to watch on my desktop there, so kind of check in.
We didn't know what was going on. This one, it's hit or miss, it's not actually much.
Rich, did you need purchase?
Good, archery. Yeah. Well, they've got into too much of shotgun anymore, I just take the kids at my daughter's. Daughters and other people, you know, just because shotgun is challenging, but yes, they do. Some years they do, right now it's still too early, I started to take them on back on my place here, but they usually stay down till the main street, so. I got a new bow last year, so I used to spend more time shooting my new bow. It was a blast.
Okay, Julie,
Ready?
you're on, yep.
All right. Good afternoon.
Mhm.
Say good morning.
Well, you got to say that earlier too.
Yeah. That's right. To get to my presentation here.
Yeah, yours came with a lot of paperwork. Go figure.
Get there. There we go. All right, so I'm here with Shelley, our fiscal analyst, so she can help me to answer any questions that you might have if you have any. I'm just gonna start right in. This is our summary. For our 2022 budget request, our county request is level funding, $1,154,526. We do have a beginning balance, which will include our carryover request. You can see from the pie charts where most of our revenue comes from, and Commissioner Ford, you probably know all this already, but I'll go into more detail.
Not all of it, but I'm getting closer.
57% is from grants, that's the majority of our revenues, another 25% from county, 8% from carryover. We have 6% from insurance, 2% self-pay, 1% from CanCare, 1% we title miscellaneous, and this is in this year's case, it's from Kanza. They do rent part of our building, so that's where that comes from. The majority of our expenses are personnel at 75%, with 17% contractual services and 8% commodities. This is typical how it usually looks. Going into each fund separately, our general fund, pretty simple. Total revenue does go to include the request for funding from the county. Our expenses under general fund go to personnel, including 4 FTEs. So that's my salary. Shelley's included in that, Michelle Markvick, our administrative assistant, and then our health educator, Shanika, is included in that as well. Emergency preparedness is a little more complicated because there's 2 funds. Our Wildcat region covers 0.05 FTEs, and then our local emergency preparedness covers 1 FTE. So this covers our preparedness coordinator's position, Renee, and 5% goes to Debbie Shaver to help with Debbie Shaver's salary. She helps with disease investigation, and she's one of our nurses in the clinic. So the rest of her salary is covered through other funds. WIC. Pretty simple here. Expenses go to personnel funding, 10.9 FTEs.
How did you get 10.9?
Shelley can better answer that.
We have a part-time breastfeeding person and a part-time.
Okay, yeah, okay, gotcha.
So our clerks, our dietitian supervisors, and our breastfeeding consultant all are included in that. Yeah, some of it, you're gonna see some other.
Yeah, I just, when I think of full-time, I think of it in 0.5 type of decimals instead of that, but I know it's broken down hourly.
Yeah. This March of Dimes has traditionally paid for becoming a mom class incentives for our MCH program. Basically, if we don't get it 1 year, we won't pay for that. So it doesn't cover any positions, it just covers incentives. Chronic disease risk reduction, that covers 0.5 FTEs as it usually has in the past. So this does cover our new coordinator's position, Millie Okier. She stepped up into that position, just started last week with us. So she is part-time with us. KCCTF stands for Kansas Children Cabinet and Trust Funds.
This is the grant that Jan received for the IRIS program, and to refresh you on yet another acronym, IRIS stands for Integrated Referral and Intake System. So we were able to hire a coordinator for this system to recruit more organizations to the system to better connect clients to services for the health department and beyond the health department. So that pays for 1 FTE. Our coordinator is Chelsea Van Warren. She stepped up from a full-time contact tracer into this position, and she's under the Raising Riley department. So Janet is her supervisor. Childcare licensing, this covers 4.0125 FTEs. And that covers all of our, everyone in the childcare licensing program, plus part of Tasha's salary, who's our clerk for the lower level of the FCRC building. The rest of her salary is under Raising Riley. Family planning performed in our clinic covers 3.2 FTEs. This fund is for a reproductive health clinic, and it supports individuals and couples in planning and to identify and treat other minor gynecological diseases. This is a match, or there is a match for this from the county at 40% for this one. And then to also cover our clinic is the Immunization Action Plan, 2.07 FTEs. We are able to offer both adult and child immunizations through this. Maternal and child health, there are 2 funds for this. So our general MCH fund and our Healthy Families Program or Outreach Prevention and Early Intervention Fund. So the general fund covers 3.14 FTEs, the other covers 4.63 FTEs. This includes the 2 nurses, 2 social workers, the interpreter, infant family specialist, and the clerk and the supervisor all under this program. And then Raising Riley, 5.99 FTEs. So that includes all their staff, the family engagement specialists. We have 2 early childhood facilitators, a literacy facilitator, most of the clerk's position, and our supervisor.
It's OCD on my part.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, understand that.
Yeah.
And then last, we have our state formula. It's kind of the catch-all for the general clinic items. A huge chunk of Debbie Shaver's salary comes from this. She's our communicable disease nurse, as well as portions of all the nurses and clinical staff that aren't directly allocated to programs such as family planning or the Immunization Action Plan. And that's everything. Any questions?
Anybody? I had questions on, not one of those, the last page of stuff we had, but it talked about, had the totals, looked like that.
Okay.
And it just has the totals for 20, 21, 22, because you talked about the carryover, you know, when you use up the carryover. But 2 years ago, they had a huge, and that's before your time struggling, looked like they had a huge carryover, and then they've just been using parts of it since then. What was it, do you think, guesses what that was from? Just curiosity.
Are you, which column are you looking at?
The very last page of all the stuff.
Okay, so are you looking at the 2020 actual?
Yeah, 2020 had carryover to that year, 1.2.
That's in the general fund?
Yeah,
that
we
you're
moved.
looking at versus, because the actual carryover for 2020 is the 782,865 at the bottom. And
That's what carried over to
that's carried over to this year's budget.
this. I know, but that's what I'm saying. So the year before, it ended up at 1.2 to carry over. I just wondered.
And that's, yes.
Why there was some, you know, and they've been using it now, which is good. But I just wondered why there was such a. Did they get some kind of an extra grant that year or something back in 19?
We've had years where we've had massive turnover, and so we've had like a new salary portion of that. So it's really.
And they've had some extra amounts and different types of grants.
I just, you know, like I say, you know, I'm not complaining. I was just curious that there was such a huge carryover one year.
Well, one of the things that you have to look at though too is they get money from the state, which is
Right.
July to June.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So sometimes they have expenses in 1 year and then they get reimbursed the following year.
Oh, yeah.
So it's
Okay.
a little bit skewed as far as what that actual carryover is.
It might be
versus
just
what they
because
spend.
our year doesn't match the state's year.
Yeah, and you got to remember,
That makes sense.
out of
Yeah.
all the departments, they're as she mentioned, funded about 57.
Yeah, I know, that's most.
57% by grants.
Yeah,
So that is always going to change that dynamic.
but yeah, if those years don't match ours, that's.
And that's a large part of it.
Oh, okay.
On the differences. So when they do their estimate for the 2021 budget, they take those things into account on what they're really going to expect to have in that, each of those specific grants.
Yeah.
So like, for instance, in 2020, the end was 782, but in their 2021 estimated budget with the expenses that go through, they're down to only 352 is what they're expecting at the end of the year.
But again,
So
part of
it'll
a
still
lot of that's
kind of-
probably just the year, the two different funding years.
That's a large part of it. Or anyway, that's what I've seen as I track it.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Okay.
Next, Kevin Howard for Q10.
Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Thanks,
Can you
Joe.
wait a couple minutes before you take?
Sure.
When we're getting ready for the single audits at the end of the year, that's where my fund is with.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
They have 2 years of the federal funding and I have to take the prior year and the current year, put the two together for what we spent. But yet they still have leftover from this year and they had money that they used in the prior year, so it gets pretty hairy when they're
Okay.
doing the numbers for the auditors. So that's where I see that it makes a big difference on, okay, well, we had 600,000 in grant dollars, but we only got 300,000. So there's still.
Yeah, they might have paid 300, yeah, last half of this year, and the other part comes the first half of next year or something.
A lot of money total is what theirs.
That's what community corrections, so they do the same thing.
Yeah, well.
They run into the same problem, but their year doesn't match ours.
Yeah, theirs doesn't, but they actually have to turn it, since they're state funded and you know, their salaries, everything is funded. They actually do their budget based on the state's fiscal year.
Yeah.
So their official budget is like that, but then we do an unofficial one so that we can at least kind of track.
Keep an idea.
The one that we use, they really don't use it all.
Oh, okay.
They only use their state one, that's the official that goes to the State Department. So, yeah, that's, whereas the Health Department, they actually use our budget, it's just, it's affected by the state.
Funding is messed up.
Not very clean, that's for
No,
sure.
it doesn't sound like it.
We've got some of them that are kind of like that, community corrections.
That's what I was saying, community corrections.
But they don't have near the funding dollars as the different departments that the Health Department.
Very true.
All those corrections people.
Well, that's what, you know, they might put 23% of their salary.
That's what to match the grants, they've got a different percentage of this person gets from each different group.
And then your FTEs look really, like John was
Yeah.
on the FTEs, it's like, what?
Just trying to.
0.99%, somebody takes off 15 minutes.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not sitting there trying to figure out that math too.
Well, that part's not so bad if it's a full-time employee, it's the couple that they have that are part-time, and then they allocate them to 3 different funds.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that are more challenging when you get to the money. To equate it to a full-time BT.
It's my budget, so.
One page.
I mean, it's right.
Yep. Works every time I put it so far. I know we're thinking that.
Everything looks different.
I have not, did we get it, did we get something? Right. You must be better space.
Yeah, I don't think we're a lot more privacy.
Yeah.
Sure. Morning, so. That's weird how that dust back there turned.
Yeah. It is, that's a lot better for the. That's for sure. That's positive.
Yeah.
Hey, Kevin.
Afternoon, Commissioners.
Okay.
So what I have for you today is a proposed 2022 ITGIS budget. And kind of going down my budget memo, a few key points here. Personnel services as supplied by Tammy and HR have reduced. That is due to some of our personnel movement within IT. The former assistant IT director position was replaced with a more technical position. So that greatly factored in there, reduction in the personnel budget. In contractual services, that's my big line for the year and the big increase for the year. In the 2430 line, I'll remind the commission that we fly an aerial flight for GIS website every other year. So last year was the first, or 2020 was the first of the 2 flight package that we agreed to. 2022 will be the second flight. The 2020 amount was 3% higher than this. This represents a 3% reduction of the 2020 flight because we agreed to 2 flight package. But all in all, that does add up to a increase in our 2020 contractual services from 516 to 684. It's almost all attributed to the ortho flight. We do have our county SAM, which is our storage area network, the network device. We bought that 3 years ago because it fell off. We bought it with 3 years of maintenance, and that maintenance period is ended, so I budgeted for that also. But between the 2 of those, that accounts for the increase in the contractual line. Commodities line, we remain the same at 18.5. Capital outlay, very slight increase. We do have to replace some 7-year-old Cisco routers that run the voice and data systems around the network. There's about 4 devices there we need to replace. And we are going to replace the appraisers' notebooks. They use notebook computers for field calcs and the various things they do out in the field. So it's time to replace those in 2022, I should say. So that results in a slight increase, 145 to 150,000. So summarizing, the results are basically an increase of 173,658 from the 2021 budget. Most of that in the contractual, and again, most of that because of the ortho flight. And there was a decrease, obviously, in the personnel budget. But overall, it's a $102,000 increase, which is, if I calculated correctly, is about 6.5% over the 2021 ITGIS budget. Any questions for me?
What's the HD and personnel services?
Okay.
Salaries and then salaries HD.
Okay. I mean, you guys were just discussing that. So we're one of the departments that actually splits some cost with health department, since we do support the health department, but we don't, they're not big enough to assign one person to be there full-time, so what we do is assign part of a salary, basically, which Tammy better explain to me, but that represents the health department portion of my budget.
I noticed on a couple of them,
Yeah.
through these, you were the first one that came up, so you get the question.
Yeah, I assume that will be consistent throughout the discussion.
Okay, there's always a smaller number, but there's an HD now. Yeah, that's cool. But, okay.
Development and public works stuff happens as well.
Yeah.
Anybody who does direct service for the support services for the health department. So.
And then they use that as part of their matching costs to show that the county's funding them so much besides the transfer that we make at the beginning of the year.
Okay. And then on the air flights, I'll call them that, I can pronounce that.
Orthodontal, I think.
Probably why it's related, it almost sounds like bird watching or
Yeah.
so it's the same. Draw.
And you do a Google search,
yeah,
it brings up all kinds of weird results.
Oh. But they do it, you do it every 2 years.
Yeah.
Because Rich, I looked somewhere, I found their history of them, that at one time they were doing they did every 5 years for a while back. This was 99.
Could very well be, and I would, I guess, my response on that would be the title companies, the citizens, obviously on the website, our department, the PD, the city. We do go in with the city on the flight, by the way, on the every other year. It has been every other year since I started in 2014. And you're probably right, it has, may have been a longer stretch before then. The state does do an ortho flight also, but it's easy to compare apples and oranges because theirs is just a straight down ortho, whereas we get the obliques, and that's how the appraisers and the emergency services, they look, how do I explain it? You get shot at an angle. Yeah, so they can actually use, and they're very amazingly precise, how good they are, that they can use those measuring tools to see how tall a building is, calculate how many square foot a porch is, et cetera, et cetera. And I would, of course, Greg would need to speak to this, but they are able to not only provide that product for the citizens of the county, but also helps with keeping their personnel costs down. He's illustrated that with commissions in the past. It's an expensive, it is the one most expensive thing in my budget usually every other year, but it is also something that former commissions at least have agreed that we want to provide the best service possible. And I gotta say, it is one of the best products, and we get a lot of comments about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great,
it's
looking at it, it's a nice,
it's not cheap
product. Yeah, appreciate the city paid because the city used some of that.
Yeah.
So their stuff.
Well, what we do, and great question, what we do is, and I should have illustrated this, we go into an arrangement with the city, and we would go with Pop County too, if they wanted to, we'll ask them. But basically whoever wants to team with us, because, when the plane's in the area flying a certain line, it makes sense. But this price reflects the county's portion of it. So basically the provider, Sanborn in this case, with this, because we know the provider this time because it's the second of 2 flights. They have already calculated out how many, it gets complex, how good the imagery is, because we don't need the same quality or high level of imagery out of the county that we might need here in the city as far as the resolution. So anyway, the vendor will calculate out all those prices. And of course, the city is a small footprint physically, obviously, but they'll pay their portion, which it's around 40,000, a little less than that. But they pay their portion, we pay our portion. This budget reflects the county portion of that price.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you again for your time.
It's like a bowler.
Few minutes behind, Mike, sorry.
It's gonna be real complicated. Absolutely not true at all.
We're very fortunate, like over with Raleigh County, Dr. Sweet, with our budget, that we don't have a lot of variables that change from year to year. And so it's fairly easy, straightforward budget and fairly easy for me to keep flat, which I'm happy to report the proposed budget for 2022 is flat with the exception of one line item, and that line item is 2990, which is our household hazardous waste. That's one of our line items that vary from year to year. It's kind of dependent on the amount of material we may get in and what that material is and the cost. In 2020, that line item was budgeted at 75,000. We went down to 70,000 last year. Part of that was with COVID. We didn't expect to get as much material in. And so I'm asking that line item go back to 75,000, which is in fact an increase over the 2021 budget, but the fall in line is a flat item for 2020. One of the big areas of that, and the commission heard me speak about it the other day, lithium ion batteries are getting to be something that solid waste, and Gary will probably talk about with landfill fires, that sort of thing. They're getting to be on the forefront. We are starting a campaign to hopefully bring awareness of lithium ion batteries. That creates kind of a twofold item for me. One, lithium ion battery started out this year as free for me to dispose of. Then it went to 50 cents a pound, and it currently stands at $2.50 a pound. So a $5,000 increase in that item only gets me $2,000 worth of batteries disposed of, which is about the amount of normal that we'll have in lithium ion. Now, one can deduce that if we do start a campaign that the amount of lithium ions I will be taking into the department will increase. So that's the one item I'm proposing a $5,000 increase from 2022. Primary reason for that is lithium ion. And if I've done my math correctly, that would put me at 2.3% over the 2021 budget with a total operating expenditure of $700,894. It's not a terribly complicated budget. Most of the line items are flat, just not a lot of change from year to year, and that's good and refreshing in some aspects, I suppose.
So that last line, says other contract services, that's just getting rid of all the.
Yeah, other contractual services is essentially, I think the reason why they put it as others is because we involved, you involved the Big Lakes region under that. We pay into that, the Big Lakes region, and then the Big Lakes actually pays Riley County back for the use of our facility. They pay us for administrative fees, which is essentially my time to do the budget. And to make sure our manifests are correct, the KEG, that sort of thing. So we actually do get reimbursed back from Big Lakes, and that's part of our revenue. It's a big part of our revenue that we bring in a year, which is projected at about right at $100,000 for next year. But two items are big revenue generators for us. It's chemical sales, and that again is dependent on how many noxious weeds are out in the field, how many people are coming in to purchase. And then the other big item is Big Lakes does reimburse Riley County for their part of being part of Big Lakes and the use of our facility.
Because they all haul.
I'm sorry?
There's several counties that.
There's 10 other counties that pay into that. And they pay into a Big Lakes budget, which is based on census population. And then they reimburse Riley County a set fee for administrative fee and rent. And then we also charge them out for hours that we may work, where I have to send one of my workers down to a different county to help them clean out.
Okay.
That is all billed directly to that county, and then they reimburse us. But that's a really good question, and it's kind of neat how all that works.
So I thought you had said one time that others pay us. But that's on the revenue side.
That'd be under the revenue, that would come back, yes. Interesting, very good question.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mike. Time for Brenda Jordan with the indigent panel request.
Okay.
how are you doing?
Good.
Well, I need to start off with, I think, giving you a online attachment. I tried to send you with this Riley, Geary, and Potawatomi. Yeah, you got Geary twice. So
Okay, I was looking at that too, and I thought I missed Potawatomi.
it's saved on my computer as Potawatomi. When I pulled it up, it comes up.
I did it twice thinking that I
No,
was.
that's my error.
Okay,
So,
okay.
so there are 3 copies. I have a 4th, Rich, if you need it.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'm not gonna go through that. I'm able to read them.
Thank you.
I actually didn't print the other ones. I was just concerned about Riley, but it's
Well,
good information to know, so that's all right.
Correct, and we
Yeah.
did that, again, I'm Brenda Jordan with the Indigent Defense Panel, asking you to consider our budget requests that we've made in this documentation. I gave those 3 counties because within the memo, you'll see that we compare what we consider neighboring counties that have similar caseloads, at least across the board. Potawatomi and Geary County, we've looked at those for years. Each of those, Geary County's a little bit off this year because they, for some reason, separated by caseload, and one of their attorneys gets $90,000, the others get, I think it was 67, I think is what it is, yeah, 67,000. But if you average that out, it still shows that their contract is per month is more per attorney than what Riley County is. And the reason we think that it's appropriate to compare those two is because the caseloads, Riley County caseload is actually somewhat higher and definitely higher than Pop County. And when you pull the simple traffic stuff out, it's higher than Geary County. In addition, the other thing I would just point out is if you look at the salary, should be the last, the second attachment, which is this chart that I just went back through some of the old contracts and just looked at the various increases throughout the years. And if you would note, there hasn't been any type of significant increase on this since 2017. We, as in, not just the attorneys, we know everybody came to the budget request last year because everything was static. And we did just not even request any type of change. And in fact, if you'll look at it, we kind of suggested a decrease. We asked that the 2 administrative attorney positions be dropped and that we just receive the same amount as the other 4 attorneys. In part, that was because we did not feel, the 2 administrative attorneys did not feel that we should be the gatekeepers, if you would, for those other 4 attorneys speaking with the courts about any scheduling issues or whatever the court issues might have with those attorneys. The only thing that still remains as far as quote unquote administrative position issues are this very action right now, standing up here before you. And so I just told the other 6 that I would still take that on, even without any increase in pay. So in fact, it's not true to say we just came to you last year and asked to stay static. We dropped it because we took that, I think it's about $200 off the 2 administrative positions out and just reduced it all to the same across the board. The only increase that you will see in our budget request is that for attorneys' salaries. We are asking that the commissioners bring this panel contract up in line with those 2 neighboring counties. We're also asking that you look at it from the standpoint of there has not been any type of significant increase since the 2017 budget that was put forth. The 4th column there, which says the county increases, were just what we were advised the county employees got. That's not suggesting that that's what the contract rate increased at those stages. That's just what we were advised the county employees received. Put that in there because at some point in history, I believe it was before my involvement, I was told that they used the county increases to consider what this panel contract would be increased by. The other thing I would just point out to you is that although I like to refer to it as the world kind of stopped last March, our jobs did not. It changed a bit. We had to start, in fact, it's somewhat changed to the disadvantage of time because we spend a lot, whether it's ourselves or our staff members, we spend a lot of time trying to get Zoom links to clients, trying to get clients who are indigent, who may not have the best Wi-Fi, who may not have the best smartphone, who may not have the best computer, trying to get them somehow, at least for that period of time when the courts were completely shut down for in-person appearances, trying to get people to where they could appear before the courts and not get in trouble for not appearing. So, and that has continued. We have at least one division that I anticipate will probably stay remote or via Zoom as much as long as possible. The other two are a little bit more lenient. And the county, the court has taken on I think it was a grant that allowed them to get some iPads to where a person can go down there, check that out, and then go sit in their parking lot in their car and zoom into the hearing at that point in time. I just give that as a backdrop of a little bit of information. The other thing that increased and the reason we've asked for the addition of payment for Adobe or DocuSign is, again, we foresee this continuing. When the pandemic was at its height, the judges, we changed some procedures, the county and the courts changed some procedures to where we could submit misdemeanor pleas just simply by the journal entry, just have them come in, sign the document, we go through it, make sure they understand their rights, understand what they're pleading to, and then submit it via signature and documents. However, again, that started a problem showing up that we needed to have either DocuSign or Adobe because whether it be because of convenience that individuals were seeing, whether it be because they were concerned with the pandemic, whatever the reasons, we could not always get them in to sign. And sometimes that became a problem, and it's still kind of continuing, not so much as the problem side of it, but as the convenience side of it that the courts have seen. And so we foresee needing to keep, either get or keep Adobe to be able to do the documents signed electronically or the DocuSign program. So that would be the only two requested increases in our budget. We believe that the salary is warranted based upon the fact, as I stated, the other two counties, and the fact that crime didn't stop when the pandemic struck. What happened is there's been a bunch of cases, a bunch of reports that have just sat. Some of them kept going, but there's also a big backlog that is now coming through the court system. And while the numbers and our hours might have been low because we weren't going to court as much last year, that's going to increase in the snowball effect. This is going to start happening. In addition to the fact that on a docket this morning, I was advised that we still can't have jury trials. So that's causing more of a snowball to happen. At some point, that floodgate is going to happen and open. And for those cases that we've not been able to work out something that was agreeable to all sides, the floods are going to come. And so we believe that all of those factors justify the increase that we're requesting. Any questions?
You guys just rotate, because there's 6 of you now. You just rotate next one up, takes each case, or do you kind of work together on each one? Or
There's 3 of us, myself, Mr. Vendeska, and Mr. Hinken, I think his name for a minute. The 3 of us predominantly take the criminal cases. I'm assigned to Division 1, which is Judge Bosch, so I take all of his misdemeanor cases. Michael Hinken has Division 2. He gets all of the misdemeanors coming through that are assigned to her courtroom. And then Mr. Hinken has Mr. Vendeska has Judge Lewison. So that's how those are predominantly split. The other 3 attorneys are the first up on SINCs, which are the child needed care cases, juvenile offenders. The 6 of us rotate the MIs, which are the mental illness cases. So when a mental illness gets filed, the clerk's email out all 6 of us and say, here's the date, here's the time the court's looking at, who can take it. They keep dating, the courts kind of keep a tally mark in if one of us gets, like somebody's done none to the other people's 10 or whatever, they'll kind of nudge that person and say, hey, you really need to step it up. And Ms. Johnson and I, even though we're not administrative attorneys anymore, we still kind of watch that too. But the MIs usually are problematic. What happens then on the other division, if there are more parents, then the SINC cases require an attorney to be the guardian ad litem, which is for the child, an attorney for the parents if they're not together, then there's one for the father, one for the mother. If there are multiple fathers, if there are grandparents for some reason have a right to have an attorney, or the court has determined that, then they flip over to the other 3 of us and say, hey, here's the situation, we need somebody to take a grandparent, we need somebody to take a second day out, or we need Ms. Johnson, who's one of the SINC attorneys, she has a conflict because she's represented somebody already, so we step in that regard. The criminal cases, Mr. Hinken, Mr. Vendeska, and I are the first line of conflict, so if Mr. Hinken has a conflict on a case because he's represented a victim or whatever the situation may be, then they come to Mr. Vendeska and I. If all 3 of us can't take it, then they go to the other 3. So in that regard, we work together
kind of to try to back and forth.
Yeah, because otherwise to try to do so, this is supposed to be a part-time contract, and to otherwise do that the way the court schedules hearings, there would not have been any
nobody would have been able to schedule the rest of their week because of not knowing what was gonna come in. The other side of that is although we're all six adept in all of the types of cases, some have a more of a liking to the sinks, some have more of a liking to the criminal. So it works out really well. We do work well together. I think, I guess we are sitting behind but I think we all work well together. And like I said, the MIs kind of display that because we don't have this, they send it out, whoever can take it, takes it. And we fill in what we can to help each other out.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you.
Three Rivers.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. I think I see some new faces in the room since we did your last time. Would you like just a brief overview about Three Rivers?
Yeah, if you want, you can be nice too.
Okay.
Easier for
I'm not
everybody.
submitted to it.
That's
So
so-
Three Rivers is a cross-disability organization. We work with people with all disabilities, all ages, all income levels. We started in Wamego in covering the citizens of Potawatomi, Benson County in 1986. So it's kind of grown from a few interested individuals, started most individuals with disabilities after the Vietnam War. We started seeing a lot of individuals come back with amputations and then not getting services. And as they aged, closer to the mid-80s to early 80s, started to age into needing more services. So it kind of just became, I guess, the perfect storm of need. So that ended up with us serving now 12 counties in Northeast Kansas. And we have 3 satellite offices in our main office in Wamego. So I probably I think I've known Rich probably for the entire time that I've been in Three Rivers and been able to talk with him throughout the last several years. So I know you probably already read the letter from Audrey that talks about what we're gonna do over the next year, and training of youth has always been very passionate for our organization, but I just wanna share a little bit about last year. The last year was very tumultuous for everyone. We did close our doors for a very, very short time. We continued providing services on virtual platforms. We were able to acquire some iPads and tablets that we could set up ourselves and deliver to our consumers so they could continue telehealth appointments and appointments with our case managers, and also for socialization and just kind of a little bit opening to the world. So a few other notes about services to Riley County residents. We provided 4,436 services in the calendar year of 2020, and we served over 200 people, separate people. So some of those 4,000 services could have been to someone who called in anonymously, and I don't have a name, so they could just been what we call anonymous INR. So we could have provided multiple services to the same person. We have we're serving one wounded warrior in your area actively. We could provide multiple services anonymously, of course. Miss Wheelchair Kansas 2020 lives in Riley County, and she's a senior at K-State, and she'll graduate in May. I don't know if you've seen that on the K-State website, so we're pretty proud of that. Hillary Garrett. We have 3 board members who reside in Riley County, and one of them's here with me today, Carla. So very proud of that. Carla's been with us how many years now? 10-ish? 12 years. So she's been a very integral part, and Carla's very vocal and active on our board, and she's also a disabled veteran. So we're.
Thank you for your.
Memorial Board also.
Okay, Armed Forces Memorial Board. Okay, great. So we're very interactive with that. We provided not quite 200 boxes of PPE to Riley County residents and to our consumers, their families and staff, and we call it agency partners, other agencies that do similar work that we do. And the last one being when I delivered to BA organization downtown Manhattan. So that's a little bit about what we've done in the past. And then you see that we have Audrey's letter. And do I control the mouse here?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So does she have the
budget attached.
Mhm.
So when we talk about the deficit, we worked that one a little bit and we're able to bring that down by just cutting, where we could, bring that down to about 9,000. We're asking this commission for $8,000. And that frees, what happens when we have a deficit is we have to go to 3 different places, which none of them are good options. One is that I have to take some of my time where I would normally spend on a couple of Flint Hills regional commissions that I serve with, one being the military affairs, and spend some of that time doing the fee-for-service work that I love to do, but it's not really a position of assistant director, and kind of give back to the organization. Or we take one of our part-time positions, the information referral specialist that we recently hired is a social work intern. She will graduate in December and I will not be able to replace her. So she covers Geary and Riley counties. That's an option. We have some rainy day funds, of course, as everyone should dip into that. It's a slippery slope, I believe, sometimes when you're not in crisis, to dip into your crisis funds. We are very active and proactive at the funding level that we're at, and we would like to stay active and proactive at this level. So we come to this body and ask for assistance because we are so active in this community. Can I answer any questions for anyone?
Any questions?
You guys are easy.
I guess, yeah.
I think that we're just pretty straightforward, you know what we do. Just a little parallel for the new commissioners. We work closely with Pawnee and Big Lakes because they do similar work that we do. And they work with a specific set of disabilities, so mental health, developmental disability. When you work with Three Rivers, we work with all disabilities, so we don't have a certain population. We can open up, and you don't have to bring proof of disability. When you work with an entity like Three Rivers, you come to us and you say, I want to work on budgeting, I want help with employment, I need help with transportation. We're a goal-based service delivery organization, and you come and we help you be more independent in the community. That's it. So we try to make it easy assistance. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in.
Okay, thank you for your time this afternoon, appreciate it.
Have a great day.
You too.
Now it's time for Amanda Smoller.
I'm all confused. I need to remember it's the afternoon now.
I did want to make mention of one thing. You might want to change the email address on your memo here.
Oh, did I leave Monday? No, I want you guys to talk to Monday.
So we'd rather talk to you at this point.
I want you to know. Okay, thank you. Taking that out. You can tell I used his memo from last year. Okay, so I know I only have a very, very brief amount of time, but luckily I think mine's fairly straightforward, which is good. And again, obviously this is my first budget with you folks, so please let me know if you need other information I'm not giving. Obviously, the personnel budget comes from Tammy and Elizabeth, so I think actually it's a little bit less this year, but again, roughly similar to what we've had in the past. Just want to highlight a couple items that are changing, that are increasing a little bit, and just talk about those briefly in my little bit amount of time here. Contractual services, that's of course all of our different opportunities for training, registrations, traveling to these trainings, etc. Obviously, this year and certainly last year, most in-person trainings were canceled or at least done virtually. And I'm anticipating and hopeful that we will get back to in-person trainings and conferences here next year. I know some of the different entities are actually doing some in-person later in the year, but I think mostly my staff, what they're doing, all of theirs are virtual this year. So of course, we have several national entities that several of my staff members have certifications in, and they have to maintain the certification, so that training, those conferences, and again, the different trainings and whatnot, both at the state level and the national level, are very important to maintain those certifications. And I know the board has been supportive, as far as I know, for quite a while, of, certainly of the employees being able to go to those conferences and maintain those CEUs. I just put in just a little bit more than what we had for 2021, just in anticipation of, maybe costs have risen just a little bit. We're all seeing, that COVID is still doing its thing, impacting costs and different things like that, availability. So I just kind of bumped it up just a little bit, just in anticipation of that. Of course, I don't know if costs for different trainings and their professional registrations are gonna increase a little bit to cover those costs as well. So that's really all that's about, just in anticipation. And honestly, it's just a little bit of a guess there. I haven't heard anything concrete, that's why I say it's a little bit of a guess. The other one, and this one's a little bit bigger, to talk about is our programming services under commodities. That number there is a bit of a placeholder. So again, this is for our electronic permit system. We currently have a system that we've been using, I believe, since the very end of 2018. It's not really serving our needs. It's not working out very well for my employees, and it's causing issues with efficiency, which is the very thing that a permit system is supposed to help with. So we're looking into other options. And, I kind of took the opportunity as we were talking about the OpenGov platform, to look into that one. They do have a permit portal. That is where the $45,000 came from. I'll be honest, that's a bit of a steep price tag for that annual subscription. I'm looking at a couple of other systems that are going to be a little bit closer to what we currently pay, which is about $22,000 annually, roughly in there. But I'm wanting to, spend some time researching these systems and talking to people and make sure that if we do make the change, which I really am leaning heavily towards making that change, whichever program we do go with, that we get everything that we need to have, again, that makes things more efficient for staff and available to the public as well, because the public portal is a huge element to the permit system. I have to run through this super fast. So that's kind of all I have to talk about in terms of changes. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions.
You're adding a position. Excuse me.
I'm gonna be asking to add a position, yes, and I know that's coming with Elizabeth next week.
Oh, okay, is it as needed, is that a part-time position
It
then?
would be, what I'm gonna be asking for is another environmental health specialist, a full-time regular environmental specialist.
But that's included in the cost?
It is not.
Oh.
No.
Yeah, on any department that's requested a new position, it is not included in their budget.
Yeah.
But the reason we've done that, because one year that happened and it wasn't supposed to, and it actually got passed, and the commissioners didn't realize that, so we always keep them separate if it's a new position outside of the budget request,
So it's
for you guys to
separate
approve later.
Oh, okay.
And you can approve them, all of them, or individually, or none of them.
I just think not adding a person in the salaries are going down, that's like.
Yeah.
No.
So
What will happen is what will happen there, just to clarify, is next Monday, we'll have that discussion, and whatever we add or don't add, or whatever we do will then get incorporated in this, and then Tammy will come back with an updated sheet with all that information.
So that amount will be added to this budget when we have the final.
Well, if we approve it, we've got to approve it. Yeah.
So it's not gonna come up 6 months into the budget and say, oh, well, we forgot this, or, it wasn't here.
Correct.
It's on the flag to make sure that we add that. In addition, when COLA is presented, if you would approve COLA, these will also change by the COLA amount. So there's potential for change here, it's just this is what we have at this point until we present the COLA and the new positions.
So the position will have the COLA built into it, it's not actual COLA for the.
You'll have the new position, and then we have to figure out whatever that salary is, and then that would be incorporated along with whatever that COLA and step increases would be. And then you'll get the total.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
This is just comparatively right now with what's already in place, because that's kind of the direction that we went with.
Right. You wanted to see the step put into the budget, but not the COLA at this point.
Right.
Which is what we did.
Okay,
Did I clarify that?
yeah.
Okay. I think I had that same question 2 years ago, now that I think about it, so. yeah,
Just a reminder,
perfectly fair.
commissioners, steps aren't always, they are not guaranteed to employees. It's based on a satisfactory evaluation. And many times each year, steps aren't granted to individual employees, so it is not a guarantee.
And we have hired a few people less than a step of the person that they replaced as well. So there's some variance in there. Difference last year was we had an extra pay period that we didn't know about until we were recalculating that. Changed things quite, or I guess that would be 2 years ago for last year's budget, but yeah, so.
And the wages are the change in the revenue, that's why you're seeing the decrease
Right,
along
yeah.
with an anticipated retirement.
Right.
Oh, yeah, because
Steve.
So when you're looking at that, it's decreased by that, that's.
Well, and that's why, and I expect, because Monty had a lot of years there.
Well, I mean, technically everybody we just replaced did. I think we calculated something like 110 years of relevant experience, so.
Well, I meant just for this
Yeah.
particular department, that's why that went down.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Amanda.
Thank you.
I think we have Tammy up last here with a
Thank you.
couple of separate.
Assortments.
Yeah, assortments. We'll go with that. I like that.
Yeah, well, these are the easy ones that I'll be presenting to you, so I started out nice and easy. And the other ones, like RCPD, we don't have the number yet, so I didn't want to include those. And there's a couple of things to think about. And one thing I do want to bring up, because you mentioned revenue with Mr. Bowler, just so you know, anything that's in the general fund besides ambulance, and there's a reason we've got that, but I'll tell you first, the general fund revenues are not presented with these departments' expenses on these separate sheets. So when I bring you back that summary of all of the general funds, then you'll see a separate page of the revenues. And those are all used in conjunction with, once we set the ad valorem tax, because those revenues will offset what we have to pull in on ad valorem. So those are separate. And there's, you've got your motor vehicle taxes, sales tax, interest income, interest on taxes. There's a lot of those separate that they may not necessarily belong to a specific department. It's just more overall the general. And so that's why they're really separate from everything
And
else.
I'm wondering what the extra costs are we're going to account for SB 13 at this point in time if we need to send out notices. Is that?
That's interesting because, of course, as you know, I had our annual meeting last week, and of course, Sentinel 13 passed, and it says, the state will pay for it. This year there's no notice, but next year and the year after we'll send one out. But there has been no appropriation designated for it, and
I'm not going to hold my breath that there will be.
a lot of times that's how they do away with it. They say it's in the legislature, oh, trust us, and they pull a Snoopy on you and, yeah. So, yeah, and there was a lot of that discussion, and many times appropriations don't get funded in those types of things.
The ambulance one, the reason that we, at this point, still have the revenue showing up on there is because it's a relatively new department. So we're still tracking everything and trying to get a trend line on what's coming in and what's going out, what we need to do, maybe adjustments we need to change. So at this point, we're still presenting it on the budget as that was how it was done when it was at the hospital as well. So it's more as a tracker point right now, both for David and for Elizabeth and HR, as well as myself. So.
Okay, so the first two I have is the coroner and the juvenile detention budgets, and those are both gonna remain flat, which I'll pull them up on the screen in a minute. And the War Memorial and the Special Alcohol Fund, they're not affected by ad valorem tax dollars. Those are both either donations or a separate dollar amount that comes in from the state. And so what we do on those two, even though they're in the general fund, War Memorial's not, no, they're not. Even though they're budgeted, they don't technically have to be budgeted, and we just budget them to use all the dollars basically with authorization to do that rather than the intent to spend them.
What is the War Memorial Fund?
So Rich can probably tell you more as far as what the expenses are for that, because he's been here a lot longer than I have. The money coming in are donations towards it.
What is it? Is it?
The War Memorial Fund was developed when I was the accountant in the treasurer's office. It's been around that long. It was implemented about in the early 90s, definitely in the early 90s, 93 or 94. So I was elected in 96. And it's that War Memorial that's at the corner right across from the Wareham, out in front of the courthouse. It would be on the southeast corner. There's that bench and the War Memorial, and there are bricks there.
Oh,
People
okay.
come into our office, they
Okay.
pay Cindy Cabrel, it used to be $50 at least for a brick, and they can get engraved on what they want. And that was originally set up and presented by Burke Byer and Dick Jepson and all of those guys back in the early 90s. And so that's what the War Memorial Fund is. And it is just to cover the expenses of having the bricks engraved and inserted in there.
Is there maintenance? Does it include?
Our county
maintaining?
parks department does a lot of that type of maintenance. Mhm. Yep. See, sometimes it's valuable having old guys like me around.
And today, a year older, as a matter of fact.
So this first one I have on the screen is the coroner account. And so basically we have transportation services that we provide for any indigent citizens within the county. And then, of course, we do have a contract with the county coroner to service us on being called out. And in addition to that, we do sometimes have cremation fees that we pay for funeral services in this account as well. So in 2019, you can see that we had just under 106,000, and in 2020, we were reflecting just under 100,000. So I did leave that budget flat. I did move the costs around a little bit. We have seen a lot of transportation costs, and they charge us per mile on those. Are there any questions on the coroner? And then the next one is the juvenile detention, and at this point in time, I have had no correspondence that has told me that costs will increase. So unless you have had that and can tell me that I need to consider an additional cost within there. I mean, we actually had a decrease. They gave us a decrease
Yeah,
due
there's a
to
cut this
COVID.
year.
in
They got- they cut the
2020.
Bills, they said.
Yes, and in 2021 so far, it has been lower as well, but I do not have information on 2022.
That's next week's meeting.
Okay.
Oh,
So if we would need to adjust that, I certainly can, but at this point, I did go ahead and leave that flat. And then the War Memorial, as we talked about, at the end of 2020, we did have 10,700 in the cash balance. So that carries over as an estimated budget in 2021. Anticipate based on historical expenses around 500 a year. And in the 2022 budget, again, we just zero that out, which gives us the authority to spend it, but not with necessarily the intent to spend it all. Special alcohol is the same. We ended 2020 with $3,763. We did the estimated budget, and then based on what we expect with the state's estimate, we're budgeting $4,863 with authority to spend, but not necessarily intent.
Special alcohol revenue only comes from those establishments that sell alcohol outside of the city limits in rural Riley County. The only portion of retail. Or else, of course,
So what Rich is saying is if you choose an adult beverage, do so.
I mean, do I have it wrong?
Right.
Not
To help build up that.
And actually, I do, but that's.
This isn't confession.
Yeah. Nothing. Wasn't expecting that all at once, but okay, that works.
The liquor store in Riley is approximately the size of my office.
Is what?
Approximately the size of my office.
It's kind of like one in Randall.
I'm just gonna say, I'm just gonna use a young term there and say TMI.
They closed? Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Where does this money, where does it go?
The special alcohol.
Yeah.
So I do believe that some of the funds are pulled out by community corrections.
The community corrections will make a presentation to you, and a lot of times they used to do it for after prom parties, as far as education, keeping kids safe, and so there's statutes that says exactly what it can be spent for, and a lot of it's kids' education and alcohol and drug awareness.
And I think the health department can use that in a similar fashion too, but they get other grants that cover it. So this is money that goes into the state level and then gets reappropriated out based off of the formula, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure it's a formula, because they give us the estimate of what they expected.
Yeah.
That 1906 comes from them.
And that's separate than what the city gets too. They get something based off of municipal formula. So there are two different special alcohol funds that come into the area, one for the city and then one for the county.
Okay. So are there any other questions with what you've been presented so far? You have another long day on Thursday. Is there anything else that you're expecting or wondering when it will come or how it will come?
You're asking what?
If there's anything that you haven't anticipated or haven't seen that you would have expected to see by now. Is there anything that I can answer that you might have questions on how things are going?
It becomes a lot more clear in the summary pages once we get to the end of the 10 together. It becomes a lot more clear.
This takes, I was gonna say, this takes a lot to kind of digest, but.
And that's why we just do it as a presentation and not a time to make decisions.
Right.
I actually make a paper copy, even though it's a lot for today. It's most of the health department, but and then that way I've got a reference point to kind of come back to, because sometimes it's harder to get to it from digital means sometimes, particularly with the agenda moves to the next one. So, but like I said, we'll get past Thursday, which is just almost all of them, not quite.
Mine will be the only ones that are presented that following Monday.
Yeah.
That's basically because of RCPD.
Right.
Or
And
the following Thursday.
I was gonna say, you won't have it on Monday.
It's on Thursday.
And then
when you meet to decide to do the budget.
I guess that's on Monday too, yeah.
I don't have it on here. Meeting, law board meeting.
17th,
Monday.
Okay.
week from today. It's the third Monday. And with the discussions around SB 13, that may or may not change our overall process. I don't know yet, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, there are a couple things that will potentially, and then we also have a presentation on OpenGov we'll be bringing, which if, depending on whether you take action or not, that could potentially affect the 2022 budget as well, which would be Kevin's that he already presented.
Right.
Is where we're expecting to have those costs.
Yeah.
So there's still a few things contingent out there that may adjust the budgets yet.
And I guess my other question is just with funding mechanisms coming in place with federal funding, do we have the ability to offset, I don't want to say direct budget, but some other things that indirectly impact that, I guess.
Hopefully today's guidance will give us a little bit more direction on that, but the two things, as I said this morning, is the revenue replacement that they're talking about, and then this incentive pay for your employees who have been impacted based on the jobs that they've been doing. And to me, one of the impacts is, there were no raises in 2021, and you specifically cited it because of COVID. So in giving a potential mid-year incentive, that would be eligible. Of course, we will go to Treasury and make sure that they agree because we don't want to do anything outside the
Yeah.
lines, but based on what they've provided so far, it appears that it would fit under those regulations.
Okay.
What was RCPD budget, do they have to, that Senate Bill 13, that affect them? I mean, because it kind of.
There's a lot of questions
I don't-
about that.
Yeah, I looked it over.
Separate entity, I didn't know if theirs is, it's split up.
They're not considered a direct taxing authority, but indirectly, they're funded through two that are. And it's not clearly defined in SB 13, and I'm not legal minded enough to try to read in between those lines. I'm gonna assume that somewhere along the lines they will be. That's my natural
Because I mean,
assumption.
they're a kind of standalone thing in the state.
I know the city has questions about that, and then how do you tie that calendar in? And so that's the problem when you have those uniquely formed quasi-judicial type arrangements.
Which maybe would be okay for us to figure out for 2023's budget, but now we're having to do
In the
that
middle of this
now.
one.
Yeah. But
So
I've been
you
told
know-
by the Senate tax chair, don't worry, it's all gonna work out in the end, and it's gonna be fun.
Well, the thing you do know is that the revenue neutral rate is in place.
Mhm.
The other thing you do know is we have 4 different departments, funds that pull ad valorem tax dollars. The question is, are you going to treat each one of those separate? Or are you gonna treat them as a whole for what your total ad valorem tax dollars are? Because if you treat them separate, RCPD would be separate to you. You do have members on the board, which would allow you to say, you know, this is something we need to discuss. Do we need to keep your budget flat, or you will, you know, you need to keep it revenue neutral, meaning no additional tax, ad valorem tax dollars, which affects the overall levy depending on the valuation. So that's Rich provided an email the other day on all this information, and that's basically what it says, is those are all decisions that, you know, sitting on the board would have to be made.
Well, and I think there's gonna have to be a lot of legal analysis, because I think state law may contradict exactly all of that.
Yeah, that's
State
what I'm
law
wondering.
says they give it, you fund it, so,
And you have no choice to, well, that doesn't sound right, but you know what I mean.
yeah.
Okay, well, that's that, then I guess for now. Any other questions? It's a lot to process on, so. Tammy's always available, right?
I am always available.
Rich is always available.
Yeah.
The rest of us that have dealt with are always available.
In the
Not
budget
me,
planning
you can't talk
committee,
to me.
we meet regularly to discuss these issues and bring
Yeah.
recommendations to the board, and just remember, board, just like on all matters, you know, we have unlimited power of suggestion. Ultimately, you guys make the final decision, and we'll get you any info. That's what Timmy's asking at the end of the presentation. If there's anything else that you want that will help you in making decisions, let us know and we'll get it for you.
Don't
Yeah,
know
the
enough to
summary
ask
sheets help a
questions.
lot.
Excuse me?
I said, don't know enough to ask too many questions.
Well, this is the biggest part, and that's what I tell all new commissioners. It really takes 2 years to get your feet under you.
It really, really does. And then there's still bits and pieces of it that I'm even going through these presentations that I'm learning.
But also look at all these little bits and pieces.
That's where the summary sheets
Yeah,
help.
Yeah, the summary
when you
sheets
put it all
help a lot.
together, hopefully that'll make it.
You'll get to the kind of the end of this where we kind of start finalizing things, or maybe we make some changes or something, and you know, it's not going to be so much line by line, it'll be more kind of more departmental and outside agency at that point in
And the
time.
summary sheet's on 2 pages, and it makes it's a Cliff Notes version. It makes it the picture a lot more clear.
But we don't have all the elements just in place yet to make that picture clear.
No,
So
Tammy's
just
plugging
be
them in.
patient.
She's getting them.
Yep, they're there, we just have to wait for that final piece of assessed valuation.
This is the time of year where you'll see lots and lots of Tammy, and then you don't really see Tammy much. Per se.
Well, and with these CARES funds, you may see me a lot again.
That's
because
probably
that's
true.
what we're a lot.
You were last year, but the timeline was, we gotta do it now, and everything changed, and even the middle of discussions, it changed.
That's
So,
another big thing we'll be working on with the budget planning committee and Widow Grimes, is making sure we have clear path to how we can and cannot use those funds, and bring recommendations to the board on how to proceed.
Using those same folks again that
We're gonna
used
try.
last year.
I think the fact,
The good thing is that'll help clarify it for the entire state because our state has retained it.
yeah,
And so has NACO.
yeah, I saw that too. In fact, I was on a call where they were on, our, Community Economic Development and Workforce Committee, so, yeah.
So the Bears have made a pretty good selection.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
Having that relationship already would certainly help moving forward.
Yeah, that was money well spent with just the first round.
Well, if you need anything, let me know, or if there's anything that you have questions on, or just not sure what you're seeing, like the wages, when we talked about those earlier, and what's in them at this point and what's not, and what'll be presented coming up. And we'll be back Thursday, and then Monday, and then Thursday, and then you might get to breathe for a couple days.
Then we can take a nap.
Couple of deep breaths, anyway.
German chocolate cake works, by the way. I've just thrown that out
You
there.
have to into Alice, I'm putting
Putting an order
a
in.
pitch in for Alice, because she made the.
Found out it was actually her husband.
Really?
Props. I'd like to know how to make a good German chocolate cake. No, they don't work. They don't work. Okay, so any other pertinent questions, budget or elsewise? No? Thoroughly worn out for the day, are we? Yeah.
That's fine.
Good enough.
All right. Fair enough. We got a couple more long days.
Yeah.
Make sure.
Yep.
Well, we had extras today, though, besides the budget.
We did. Yeah, we did. May is kind of a complicated month, even under the best of circumstances, so.
And that's the timeline with the revenue neutral. I mean, you may have to adjust a few things between now and then, depending on where you end up, where you want to be. That'll be.
And I don't know, the legislature reconvenes for Sendine on the,
On the end of the month,
I think it's the 26th. I don't know if they're gonna, they haven't indicated if they're gonna have just a quick, little traditional thing, or if they're actually gonna put in a day or two's worth of work before.
There's some more stuff.
Yeah, so some of that could change in the midst of all that too, so, just something to keep in mind.
Definitely moving parts on this.
Yep.
All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Tammy. So with that, I don't have anything else. Do either of you have anything else? No? Rich?
No, sir, thank you. No more
Okay.
business.
Okay, so with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Okay,
Second.
it's been moved and seconded to adjourn this meeting of May 10th, 2021. All those in favor?